Chapter 1175. While the Titan Golden Emperor's avatar was recovering its divine body, the inside of its soul was also changing. First of all, after the soul of the Titan Golden Emperor's avatar fused, it formed a soul space. Of course, this soul space could not be sensed from the outside. Only when David's mind entered the soul of the Titan Golden Emperor's avatar could he sense this soul space. Within the soul space, David could clearly sense that the knowledge hidden in the soul core was being retrieved from the backup of the Titan Golden Emperor's ability. Gods who cultivated to godhood were different from gods who cultivated to godhood. Gods who cultivated to godhood could not use the power of faith to resurrect with only their soul left. However, gods who cultivated to godhood could resurrect through other methods, such as finding a suitable body and cultivating it to a certain level of strength. When the gods who cultivated to godhood died by accident, their soul could enter a suitable body and cultivate to godhood again. During this process, the ability carried from the soul core was an important bargaining chip. It could help them cultivate to godhood in the shortest time possible. David did not know whether the Titan Golden Emperor had prepared a suitable body or not. Even if he did, it would be useless now. In the soul space of the Titan Golden Emperor, a pattern appeared. The first ability to appear was the Titan Domain, which did not surprise David. The most powerful ability of the Titan Golden Emperor was the Titan Body, and the Titan Domain contained the Titan Law. The Titan Body was derived from the Titan Law. David discovered that as long as the Titan Domain was activated, he could activate the Titan Body at will to form an absolute defense and powerful strength. If he did not activate the Titan Body, the consumption would be reduced by a lot. It would only increase his body's strength and increase his attack power. Just as he was studying the Titan Domain, another pattern appeared. This time, it was the Spatial Sense, which was a pure knowledge talent ability. As long as one grasped the relevant knowledge of spatial sense, they would be able to obtain the Spatial Sense talent ability. Spatial sensing was a technique that used spatial sensing to achieve spatial positioning. This innate ability did not necessarily require spatial innate ability as a prerequisite. As long as one reached the divine rank, they could use their powerful ability to break through space and enter it. They would be able to sense the situation inside. The Bug Tribe's God-tiers were very crude in their use of space. What they were best at was relying on their powerful defense and attack. The Bug Race God-tier first used their God-tier attack power to break open space and then enter the space. At this time, they would need a strong defense to defend against the pulling force inside the space. Life forms that didn't have the ability to control space would suffer the backlash of space after entering space. In other words, space was being pulled. The power of this pulling was extremely terrifying. However, the God-level Bug Tribe could rely on their natural defensive abilities to forcefully withstand the pulling force of space. This gave the insectoid God-level space sensing time. Space sensing was an innate ability that was developed to perfect the insectoid God-level space sensing ability. David waited for a while and realized that there were no more patterns appearing. There was also no more knowledge flowing out from the soul core. He couldn't help but feel that it was a pity that he only had two innate abilities. However, these two innate abilities were almost the most important abilities of the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor could obtain unparalleled defensive abilities and increase its strength to a certain extent through the Titan realm. It could also use space sensing to enter space and move. Of course, moving through space wasn't easy. In order to allow a godly body as large as the Titan Golden Emperor to enter space, a spatial crack as large as the Titan Golden Emperor's godly body would need to be broken open. Every time a spatial crack grew larger, the amount of destructive power required would increase exponentially. David did some calculations. If the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor wanted to successfully enter the space, it would need to activate the Titan Domain to increase its own strength. Then, it would need to use all its strength to break through the space. Only then would it be able to break its godly body into the space. At this moment, David suddenly thought of the most important point. Was the Titan Golden Emperor accepted by the world rules of the insectoid world? During the entire resurrection process, David's original body was too close to the Titan Golden Emperor, so he couldn't determine if the Titan Golden Emperor was accepted by the world rules of the insectoid world. Near David's original body, the Titan Golden Emperor clone that was connected to his soul was also affected by the world tree in the small world of his soul space. With a wave of his hand, David used his innate ability, void piercing. Before entering the spatial passage, he put on the divine artifact Stalker's crown. After that, he appeared far away in space, far away from the Titan Golden Emperor clone. David sensed the situation of the golden-armored Titan Emperor's avatar with his mind. The golden-armored Titan Emperor's avatar was not rejected by the bug world. This result made David very relieved. David didn't dare to stay in space for too long, so he used the Space Breaker ability again to return to the underground space. The Titan Golden Emperor clone couldn't stay in another world for too long, and the demigod clone couldn't stay in the insectoid world for too long either. Therefore, when the demigod clone left the insectoid world, the Emperor inheritance rune could be left to the Titan Golden Emperor. If the Titan Golden Emperor clone was suppressed by the world rules of the insectoid world, it wouldn't have the ability to perform long-distance teleportation. This kind of long-distance teleportation didn't just require a god-level defense and attack power, it also required the permission of the world rules in order to enter space freely. When the Zephyrs reached the great world of God, they would need to fly. If they wanted to enter space to perform long-distance teleportation, the world rules would make it impossible for them to even break open a space crack as big as their godly body, let alone perform long-distance teleportation. As the faith power in the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor's body increased, its aura also continued to increase. Alexis, teach my god-level clone the ability to shrink its godly body. The aura of this god-level clone is too flashy. David had no choice but to ask Black Dragon Alexis for help. Black Dragon Alexis had been observing David's process of reviving the Titan Golden Emperor. There were too many things that it couldn't understand, and it was because of these things that it couldn't understand that the 30% success rate became 100%. No problem, I'll pack up the relevant knowledge. Black Dragon Alexis didn't hesitate. This ability wasn't much, and it had already been taught to the legendary Blade Mantis King clone long ago. It was just that back then, the ability given to the Blade Mantis King was targeted at the legendary stage. Now it needed to be taught to the godly body. A spiritual ball of knowledge flew out from Black Dragon Alexis. David controlled the Titan Golden Emperor clone and reached out to touch the spiritual ball of knowledge. A piece of knowledge was copied into the brain of the Titan Golden Emperor clone. The content of this piece of knowledge was extremely complicated. Fortunately, the god-level soul's thinking speed was very fast, so understanding this piece of knowledge wasn't too troublesome. This ability was called size contraction. The threshold to learn it was to cultivate to the god level because it involved the control of the godly body. David didn't need to use the Titan Golden Emperor now. He only needed to master the size contraction talent while cultivating and recovering the power of faith in his body. After finally reviving the Titan Golden Emperor clone, David summoned the Shadow Attendant. He pressed his hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder and his mind found the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor. With the experience from last time, David was much more careful this time. He wrapped the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor with his mind and entered the small world of his soul space. He wanted to prevent the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor from having a consciousness like the soul of the Titan Golden Emperor. The soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor entered the small world of his soul space. To David's surprise, the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor didn't have any abnormalities. In fact, David was overthinking things. It was very rare for a soul to not resist being purified like the Titan Golden Emperor did. Instead, it willingly leaked a part of its consciousness. It was important to know that every part of a soul's consciousness was very important. Losing a part meant losing the memories of life. When the Blade Mantis Emperor was purified by the Shadow Attendant, it was a very normal reaction. The Blade Mantis Emperor struggled madly. It didn't have a trace of consciousness left, but it wanted to resist the purification of the Shadow Attendant. In the end, the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor was purified. Not even its consciousness was left. David didn't let his guard down because of the situation of the Blade Mantis Emperor's soul. He wrapped the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor with his mind and sent it to the branch of the World Tree. He communicated with the World Tree and asked for its help to purify the soul of the God-class insectoid once more. David also realized that the soul of the God-class insectoid that had been purified by the World Tree had completely recovered its energy. This saved him a lot of time in the recovery process. It was important to know that the soul of a God-class insectoid couldn't be healed by the indestructible life force. It could only be healed by a large amount of soul energy or by itself. David couldn't go to the great world of God now. The insectoid world was looking for him everywhere. He couldn't go to the Interstellar Federation and start a massacre to obtain soul energy. Besides, the soul level of the Interstellar Federation was too low. This meant that he couldn't obtain a large amount of soul energy, at least in a short period of time. In order to recover the soul of the Black Dragon Alexis, David had provided a lot of soul energy to the Black Dragon Alexis. It was too difficult for David to find a way to recover the soul energy of two God-class insectoid. The World Tree only used a little energy to solve David's problem. While David was thinking, the World Tree's branch swept the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor away. This time, the energy cleansing process was very fast. The soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor probably didn't have any consciousness. Soon, a soul fruit appeared on the branch of the World Tree. David once again had 4 legend-rank soul avatars and 292 level 5 soul avatars assimilate the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor. The golden light shone on the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor. David quickly sensed the existence of the God-class soul avatar. The soul avatar of the Blade Mantis Emperor had absorbed the strange energy of the soul fruit. The damage to the soul from the battle had been completely healed. David then took out the divine body of the Blade Mantis Emperor from his dimensional pendant. The divine body of the Blade Mantis Emperor wasn't damaged in any way. There were only a few frightening injuries. In just half an hour, David repaired the divine body of the Blade Mantis Emperor. Although the divine body of the Blade Mantis Emperor didn't have any external injuries, the divine body was extremely lacking in the power of faith. It was on the verge of falling off. Without a large amount of power of faith, the Blade Mantis Emperor would fall to the level of a demigod in a short period of time. David didn't hesitate. First, he fused the soul avatar of the Blade Mantis Emperor into the divine body of the Blade Mantis Emperor. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Titan Golden Emperor avatar summoned the Inheritance Rune from its body. Half of the power of faith of the Inheritance Rune entered the Titan Golden Emperor avatar, while the other half entered the divine body of the Blade Mantis Emperor. With the power of faith entering the body of the Blade Mantis Emperor, it was like soil that had been dry for a long time. It frantically absorbed the power of faith that was like water. The absorption process was instinctive. It didn't require the help of the soul. The fusion process was smooth. The soul and the God body, which were originally one, met each other. They didn't fuse with each other at all. David's mind was already in the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor avatar. He was waiting for the innate ability of the Blade Mantis Emperor to appear. Extracting the innate ability from the core of the soul and then reappearing it in the soul space required a process. A rune appeared in the soul space of the Blade Mantis Emperor avatar. David's mind came into contact with it, and he knew that the rune represented the innate ability of the destruction domain. The destruction domain required the blade arm of the Blade Mantis Emperor avatar to release the innate ability of the destruction domain. The terrifying attack power of the Blade Mantis Emperor clone's blade arm came from the power of the destruction domain. The Blade Mantis Emperor was a mutant Blade Mantis of the Blade Mantis clan. It possessed a destruction law that was more powerful than the Blade Law. After forming a domain, the destruction domain had a far greater attack power than the Blade domain. David waited for a while, but no other innate ability appeared. The core of the Blade Mantis Emperor's soul only had the destruction domain innate ability. Chapter 1176. David found it strange that the Titan Golden Emperor had an additional ability compared to the Blade Mantis Emperor. This was because he had seen too few God-tier souls. Without a comparison, he couldn't tell that the Blade Mantis Emperor was a normal God-tier soul. The Titan Golden Emperor's innate soul core was larger than other God-tier soul cores, so it could store more innate abilities. In fact, any kind of innate ability required a large soul core to store. For example, the Titan Golden Emperor's Titan Domain, or the Blade Mantis Emperor's Destruction Domain, were all collections of related innate abilities. The Blade Mantis Emperor clone only had the Destruction Domain innate ability, so of course it wasn't enough. Fortunately, the Titan Golden Emperor clone's space-sensing innate ability could be replicated. David's mind entered the soul of the Titan Golden Emperor clone and copied all the memories related to the space-sensing innate ability into a ball of knowledge. He then entered the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor clone and reached out with his mind to touch the space-sensing ball of knowledge. It seemed that the Blade Mantis Emperor had already learned the space-sensing innate ability. After receiving the relevant memories, it didn't take long for a space-sensing innate ability to appear in the soul of the Blade Mantis Emperor. Alexis, I'll have to trouble you again. Make another copy of the size contraction innate ability and give it to this God-tier clone. David said to Black Dragon Alexis. Yes, my lord. Black Dragon Alexis was already numb. It moved the copied size contraction ball of knowledge to the Blade Mantis Emperor and let the Blade Mantis Emperor absorb it. With a 30% success rate, it succeeded twice in a row. Black Dragon Alexis witnessed a miracle. David didn't care about Alexis's thoughts. He commanded the Blade Mantis Emperor Avatar and the Titan Golden Armor Emperor Avatar to control the Emperor's Inheritance rune at the same time. They used the same Emperor's Inheritance rune to cultivate together. The two God-tier clones used the Emperor's Inheritance rune to recover the power of faith in their bodies while learning the related innate abilities. After the two God-tier clones could train and learn independently, David let go of his control. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. The World Tree played the biggest role in reviving the two God-tier clones. Without the World Tree, it would have been very difficult to control the God-tier souls. Perhaps there would have been a lot of unknown troubles waiting for him. Fortunately, everything was over. David now had two more God-tier clones. Of course, the two God-tier clones were still very weak. The tug-of-war that had lasted for several months had drained the two God-tier clones. Fortunately, with the Emperor's Inheritance rune, the two God-tier clones would be able to recover as long as there was enough time. David sensed that the Blade Mantis Emperor clone's godly body was no longer in danger of dropping in rank. The Titan Golden Emperor clone's lower body was also covered in flesh and blood. His skin and golden armor were slowly recovering. He couldn't help but feel relieved. After some time, when the avatar of the golden-armored Titan Emperor and the avatar of the Blade Mantis Emperor had recovered their power of faith, he would be able to bring them back to the divine great world. David didn't believe that with the Titan Golden Emperor clone, the Blade Mantis Emperor clone, and the Black Dragon Alexis working together, they wouldn't be able to stop the god of war. Although the 5 demigod clones had one of the Emperor's Inheritance rune taken away and their training speed was slightly affected, it was still acceptable. David was very satisfied. In the entire bug tribe world, each god-tier clones only had one Emperor's inheritance rune. He alone had 2 of them. Time passed by slowly. 5 days later, the Titan gold-armored Emperor's avatar was the first to master the size contraction talent ability. The Blade Mantis Emperor's avatar took a few hours longer than the former and also mastered the size contraction talent ability. In comparison, the 2 god-tier clones were still far from recovering their power of faith. David thought about it and decided to pass the knowledge of the God of War talent ability to the 2 god-tier clones. He would also pass it to the 5 demigod clones. He didn't know if the 2 god-tier clones would be able to master the God of War talent ability. After all, when he passed it to the other knight clones, none of the knight clones had mastered this talent ability. However, no matter how much knowledge the 2 god-tier clones of the bug tribe could master, it would still bring them great benefits. Their combat skills would be greatly improved. If the God of War saw what David was doing, he would be heartbroken. The God of War talent ability was a talent ability created by the God of War himself. It was also the foundation of the God of War. The God of War talent ability played a key role in the God of War becoming one of the 5 great gods of the great world of God. Among the 5 gods, only the God of War had the ability to fight in close combat. The other gods were extremely terrifying, but they were severely lacking in close combat. This was to be expected. Gods who had become gods through faith naturally had weaker divine bodies than those who had cultivated to become God. Those who cultivated to become gods could still maintain their combat power without relying on the power of faith. However, those who became gods through faith were different. If they lost the power of faith, they wouldn't even be able to maintain their godly bodies. The God of War was an anomaly among those who became gods through faith. He could fight in close combat against powerful enemies and give his companions enough time to use powerful long-range attack. The God of War talent ability was the exclusive talent of the God of War. It was also the origin of the God of War's name. David tried to pass the God of War talent ability to the legendary knight clones, but it was normal that they didn't learn it. The God of War talent ability required an extremely powerful mind. Before the God of War pattern was formed, the God of War talent ability required a powerful mind to support it. Only after the God of War pattern was formed could the God of War pattern replace the process that required a powerful mind. David obtained the God of War pattern from the God of War's godly body, so he skipped the process that required a powerful mind. This powerful mind required a godly soul. What David didn't know was that the God of War talent ability could be learned at the godly level. His strange idea helped him. The 2 godly bug clones were immersed in the knowledge of the God of War talent ability. Fighting was one of the instincts of the godly bug clones, so it didn't need to be a talent ability. For example, the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade arm was extremely fast. Whether it was in terms of speed or power, this attack was extremely terrifying among the godly rank. In the bug world, many godly bug clones used different methods to enter space for long-range teleportation. Among them, the Blade Mantis Emperor's method was the simplest and most direct. The Blade Mantis Emperor's blade could create a crack in space that was large enough for its godly body to enter. Although the Titan Golden Emperor's attack wasn't as strong as the Blade Mantis Emperor's, it had a fighting style that suited it. It used its powerful defense to constantly pressure its opponent. The Titan Golden Emperor's full-force charge was its strongest attack. This charge could also create a crack in space and allow its godly body to enter space. However, the godly bug clone's fighting style was limited by their race's instincts. It was extremely difficult to improve it. Take the Blade Mantis Emperor for example. The blade arm of the Blade Mantis Emperor was extremely sharp. It was even stronger than the godly weapons of the great world of God. However, This didn't mean that the other parts of the Blade Mantis Emperor weren't strong. Compared to the human gods, even the weakest limbs of the Blade Mantis Emperor were several times stronger than the human gods' godly bodies. However, the Blade Mantis Emperor stubbornly believed that only its blade arm was its true weapon. It rarely used its other limbs. The talent of the god of war had different ways of developing each body. This was the result of the god of war's thousands of years of refinement. This was also the data that the god of war had obtained from simulating the bodies of various creatures in his own small world. The god of war was a genius when it came to fighting. Through these data, he summarized the talent of the god of war into a set of powerful fighting techniques that were suitable for any creature. The god of war probably had the idea of invading another world. If he wanted to spread his faith in another world, he would need to use the body of a god from another world to display powerful fighting skills. Only then would he be able to spread the name of the god of war. This was also because the god of war was too bored. The insect race was the creature that he simulated the most. After all, the insect race was the closest known world to the god of war. Another 2 months passed. David's third finger was only halfway through the transformation of the demigod body. The clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor had both learned the talent of the god of war. "My lord, I wonder if you can teach me the talent of the god of war?" After the Black Dragon Alexis learned that the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor had both learned the talent of the god of war, he couldn't sit still and asked embarrassedly. In the past, it was always David who asked the Black Dragon Alexis questions and asked for help. Because of this, the Black Dragon Alexis had signed a master-servant contract with David, but in reality, he was both a teacher and a friend. In the eyes of the Black Dragon Alexis, David had only trained for a few years. Only he could guide David. There would never be a day when he would need David's guidance. However, after seeing that the 2 god-level clones of the insect race had both learned the talent of the god of war, the Black Dragon Alexis let go of his reservations and took the initiative to ask David for help. The Black Dragon Alexis had seen the power of the talent of the god of war. David's fighting techniques had always been David's strong suit. This was because David's fighting techniques were the combination of many geniuses. However, after encountering the godly body of the god of war, he was completely suppressed by the talent of the god of war. If this talent of the god of war was only suitable for humans, it would be fine. However, after the 2 god-level clones of the insect race had learned the talent of the god of war, it meant that the talent of the god of war was also suitable for other creatures. Of course, this is the knowledge of the god of war orb. David replied as he handed the knowledge of the god of war orb to the Black Dragon Alexis. David originally planned to return to the great world of God after the Titan Golden Emperor clone and the Blade Mantis Emperor clone had recovered some of their strength and learned the talent of the god of war. However, his plan had to be interrupted. Because the Black Dragon Alexis had entered a state of seclusion to study, the talent of the god of war had caused the Black Dragon Alexis to focus all of his attention on learning. In order to focus on learning, the Black Dragon Alexis even removed the talent of shrinking and hid in the underground space in its original godly form. David looked at the situation in the underground space and couldn't help but frown. The 3 god-level clones didn't hide their presence. If it weren't for the fact that the underground space had been built with the intention of isolating their presence, he would have been worried that the restricted airspace outside the demigod golden-winged beetle king would not be enough. Time passed little by little. Just as David thought that the Black Dragon Alexis would be the next subordinate to learn the talent of the god of war, good news came from the demigod clones. David's mind entered the soul space of the demigod clones and found a pattern of the god of war flashing with a golden light. The 5 demigod clones all had a pattern of the god of war flashing in their soul space, which was beyond David's expectations. Originally, He copied the talent of the god of war to the demigod clones to improve their fighting skills. He didn't expect to find a pattern of the god of war. David flipped through the memories of the 5 demigod clones. It turned out that the 5 demigod clones' demigod bodies were connected, and their souls were connected as well. Therefore, when they learned the knowledge of the god of war's talent ability, the 5 demigod souls were doing it at the same time. The 5 demigod clones were also connected to the souls of the 2 god-level bug clones. The 5 demigod clones could also sense the god-level bug clones' learning process. This allowed the 5 demigod clones to use the god-level bug clones' learning process as a reference and use the 5 demigod souls to learn the talent of the god of war together. Chapter 1177. On David's left shoulder was the black dragon Alexis, which had shrunk to the size of a kitten. On his right shoulder were the Titan Golden Emperor and Blade Mantis Emperor clones, which had also shrunk to the size of kittens. After the Titan Golden Emperor and Blade Mantis Emperor clones had shrunk, they were still very ferocious. Compared to the appearance of ordinary insects, the kitten-sized insects looked very frightening. Today, the power of faith in the bodies of the 2 god-level insect clones had finally recovered to the point where they could fight. David could not wait any longer. It had been more than half a year since he left the great world of God. According to the information obtained from the Supreme Council of the Great World of God and the Dawn Alliance, Archbishop McIntyre had managed the Shrines of War quite well in the past half a year. Archbishop McIntyre had organized the Shrines of War to fight a few battles with the believers of the evil god, and had won all of them. Although he had paid a certain price, the Shrines of War had recovered some of their reputation. However, Archbishop McIntyre had no intention of touching Lord Arthur or his asset. In fact, he had even taken the initiative to compromise in many aspects. David looked at the information and did not feel much about Archbishop McIntyre's initiative to show goodwill. The conflict between him and the Shrines of War was not something that Archbishop McIntyre could handle. The conflict between him and the Shrines of War was a conflict between him and the God of War. As long as the God of War did not let go, he would not be able to live in peace. Alexis, every time I want to return to the great world of God, I feel a sense of danger. David said to Black Dragon Alexis as he prepared the wormhole to the great world of God. My lord, your soul is very strong, and your perception of danger is also very sensitive. If you sense danger, it means that you will be in big trouble when you return to the great world of God. However, with your current combat power, there is no need to worry about that. The Black Dragon Alexis replied with a smile. After a period of comprehension, the Black Dragon Alexis had also comprehended the talent ability of the God of War into its own talent ability. This made the Black Dragon Alexis feel that its strength had increased greatly. In addition to the 2 God-tier insect clones that had also mastered the God of War talent ability, this kind of combat power was enough to challenge any god. I've been hiding for too long. I don't want to hide anymore. Let's fight the God of War. David mobilized the spatial energy within the spatial pattern and activated the wormhole, then said in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, he put the 3 god-level clones into the divine dimensional card. He then looked at the 5 demigod clones. This time, he did not plan to bring them back. Although the 5 demigod cloned avatars had the ability to fight against the God of War, they could only fight against the weakest God of War. Their use was limited in the battle against the God of War, so it was better for them to stay and cultivate. The 2 imperial inheritance patterns were left for the 5 demigod clones. David did not want to waste their precious cultivation time. David took a deep breath and suppressed the sense of danger that came from his soul. When he made the decision to return to the great world of God, this sense of danger became even stronger. He stepped into the wormhole and the space changed. When he reappeared, he was already 500 meters underground on planet Gamma. David did not stay on planet Gamma for even a second. As soon as he appeared 500 meters underground, he immediately used his talent ability to break space and went through the spatial tunnel into space. I really am being monitored, David mumbled to himself as he felt the strange sense of detection from the great world of God. David felt as if he was being probed by the great world of gods. The feeling that he had nowhere to hide made him feel as if he was being watched by a pair of eyes. He did not know that the god of war had paid a huge price to find him. He had asked the god of justice to create the aura-locking talisman just to track his aura. David continuously used the void-piercing innate ability in his hands. He left the Jiami star's star field. It was not that he wanted to escape. Under the situation of being monitored by the great world, unless he hid in another great world, he would not be able to escape the detection of the great world. David only wanted to leave planet Gamma and not let the god of war affect planet Gamma. Although the surface of planet Gamma was destroyed by the retribution theurgy, David had mastered the retribution theurgy. He had found a way to remove the radiation on the surface of planet Gamma. As long as David could establish himself in the great world of God, he would have time to slowly restore planet Gamma to its original state. Recently, the god of war had been waiting for Lord Arthur to appear. Lord Arthur's destruction of the shrines of war caused the god of war to lose his divine sense. In addition, Lord Arthur was worth a world crystal and Lord Arthur's secret. All of these made the god of war want to capture Lord Arthur. The god of war had not been angry for many years. Such strong emotions appeared on the god of war because of Lord Arthur. Capturing Lord Arthur had become an obsession of the god of war. He was even willing to risk using his divine body for this. The aura-locking talisman sent out an abnormal signal. The god of war scanned it with his divine sense and couldn't help but smile. Found you! In the god of war's senses, the aura-locking talisman found Lord Arthur's location. After that, Lord Arthur continuously teleported long distances, but he soon stopped. The god of war was not surprised. Lord Arthur's long-distance teleportation ability could threaten the existence of the shrines of war. How could he not have some special ability? From the god of war's perspective, Lord Arthur obviously felt the aura-locking talisman's lock and used some kind of secret technique to escape. After a few long-distance teleportations, he realized that he could not escape the aura-locking talisman's lock and gave up. The god of war sensed Lord Arthur's location and mobilized the power of faith from the nearest shrines of war. The shrines of war's priests and priests suddenly saw a golden pillar of light rise up from the shrines of war. The golden pillar of light turned into a strange golden pattern and flew into the distance. The priests and priests did not know what happened. This had never happened before. In the past, even if the priests needed to use the power of faith from the shrines of war, they would inform them in advance. The chief priest of the war shrines of war was very excited. He loudly chanted the god of war's book. He knew that only their lord had the right to use the power of faith without informing them. The rest of the priests and priests also reacted and loudly chanted the god of war's book with the chief priest. David sensed the energy wave of the power of faith and looked up in the direction of the energy wave. In his spiritual senses, a divine pattern formed by the power of faith flew over. Since the divine pattern of faith had no mass, its speed was unimaginably fast. The divine pattern of faith was detected by David's spiritual senses. From the moment it was discovered to the moment it approached, it did not even take a breath. One must know that David's spiritual range was 1,000 kilometers. The divine pattern of faith was able to cross this distance in less than a breath. This showed how fast the divine pattern of faith was. The divine pattern of faith appeared about 500 meters away from David. The golden light of the divine pattern shone brightly. Then the divine pattern turned into a giant golden door floating in space. Many images of gods prostrating on the ground appeared like reliefs on the giant golden door. David had a feeling that those gods were the gods defeated by the god of war. No matter if these gods were dead or alive, they now appeared on the giant golden door in such a humiliating manner. The images of gods were not randomly carved. Once a god's image was carved, it would attract the attention of the gods. Fallen gods were better. If the gods were alive, then the gods' attention would fall on them. They might even be cursed by the gods. The god of war used this method to ignore the dignity of the gods and show his supreme nobility. Under David's observation, the giant golden door opened silently. Behind the giant golden door, melodious music, blue sky, and devout chanting all showed that the world behind the door was extraordinary. The god of war wore dark golden armor and held a golden battle axe. However, the energy contained in this golden battle axe was far inferior to the one David got last time. The god of war walked out of the giant golden door. He saw that only David was there and was a bit surprised. "Arthur Luce, I finally found you." The god of war didn't want to attack immediately. Although sound couldn't be transmitted in space, the penetration of his voice broke this rule. His bell-like voice entered David's ears. David wasn't careless in the slightest. A divine knight armor appeared on his body, and a pair of energy wings appeared on his back. 6 death god chains danced on both sides of his wings. There was a huge difference between his 2-meter height and the god of war's 200-meter height. It looked like he couldn't even block a flick of the god of war's finger. God of war, in order to trade with the bug world, you planned to use me as a trade item. Last time, I killed your godly body. This time, let's fight again. David replied in a low voice. David felt the blood in his body accelerate. The dignity from the god of war's body was dissolved by the world tree. Naturally, it couldn't really suppress him. The god of war ignored David's disregard and said, as if he was giving alms, "You can't escape. Believe in me with all your heart. I can give you a way out." As the god of war's voice spread, a bewitching voice entered David's brain. David felt the bewitching voice from the god of war, but he didn't have to fight it himself. As soon as the bewitching voice entered his soul space, it was dispersed by the world tree's energy. Not to mention the credibility of the god of war's words, even if the god of war really wanted David to believe in him, David wouldn't do that. If he believed in the god of war, David would lose all protection. All of David's secrets would be exposed in front of the god of war. He would be at the mercy of the god of war. David had believers himself, so he knew how much control the gods had over their believers. "God of war, don't use these little tricks," David said loudly. "Don't make me look down on you." "Ha ha." The god of war's laughter shook the space. After laughing, he said to David, "Arthur Luce, I will record your name in the God book. Your image will appear on the door of faith. I will remember you along with those defeated gods." From what the god of war knew, he thought very highly of David. David sensed that the god of war was about to attack. He didn't hesitate anymore. With a slight thought, 3 figures appeared from the divine portal card. David himself entered the divine portal card. Black Dragon Alexis's spirit scanned the already hidden divine portal card and placed it under the protection of his dragon scales. Under normal circumstances, after David entered the divine portal card, it would be very safe to hide it in the space. However, the current situation wasn't normal. The ripples of a god's battle could break through space. Black Dragon Zerg. When did the giant dragon race and the Zerg race team up? The god of war saw the sudden appearance of the 3 god-level figures and was slightly taken aback. The god of war's expression was very serious. If the giant dragon race really did team up with the Zerg race, it would be a big problem. At this moment, the black dragon Alexis took out a golden battle axe. This golden battle axe was very small when it was taken out, but when it grew to the size of the black dragon Alexis, it was suitable for the black dragon Alexis. Feeling the familiar energy wave, The god of war looked at this divine weapon that he created and strengthened through various methods for tens of thousands of years. This was originally his personal weapon, but now it was in the hands of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Alexis held the golden battle axe proudly. He got it from David. Although this divine weapon originally belonged to the god of war, after the Black Dragon Alexis cleaned it up, there was no trace of the god of war anymore. Even in front of the god of war couldn't recall the golden battle axe. Of course, the Black Dragon Alexis wasn't bored. After he learned the talent of the god of war, he realized that most of the talent described the use of battle axes. The rest of the battle techniques needed to be summarized and organized by himself. Because there was a high possibility of fighting the god of war, the Black Dragon Alexis used the golden battle axe for a period of time to familiarize himself with this weapon's fighting style. The Black Dragon Alexis attached great importance to the battle with the god of war. Although he had 2 Zerg god-level avatars helping him, this was the god of war. Perhaps the beings of the other great worlds couldn't understand the feelings of the Black Dragon Alexis towards the god of war. The god of war, the god of justice, the god of wealth, the god of earth, and the god of knowledge, these 5 gods swept the entire great world of God. Among them, the god of war's performance was the most valiant. As a god who became a god through faith, he never lost in close combat with god-level cultivators who became gods through cultivation. He trampled all the opposing gods in the great world of God under his feet. Chapter 1178. Even though the Black Dragon Alexis had obtained the talent ability of the god of war and mastered it, he still wanted to make more preparations. Black Dragon, you have successfully angered me. The god of war looked at the golden battle axe that the Black Dragon Alexis had taken out. His gaze was cold, and his voice was emotionless. Fight, fight, fight. The 3 words sounded like war drums in space. The divine power on the god of war's body was boiling. The Black Dragon Alexis, the Titan Golden Emperor clone, and the Blade Mantis Emperor clone opposite the god of war all felt the terrifying battle aura coming from the god of war. However, under the Black Dragon Alexis's dragon scales, an undetectable wave was spreading in all directions. It enveloped the Black Dragon Alexis, the Titan Golden Emperor clone, and the Blade Mantis Emperor clone. This was David's request for the World Tree to expand its influence on the main world and envelop the 3 god-level beings. Not only would this allow the golden-armored Titan Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor's clones to avoid the suppression of the god-type Great World, but it would also allow the 2 god-level clones to unleash their full strength. It would also help the 3 god-level clones resist the influence of the god of war on the soul level. The god of war was not a god-level being who had cultivated to become a god. Instead, he was a god who had become a god through spiritual faith. Do not be misled by the god of war's battle axe. The god of war was also stunned. He was a god recognized by the great world of God. Although the body of a god who had become a god through faith would be suppressed in the main world, as he was one of the 5 rulers of the great world of God, the suppression of the main world was very weak. He could even use the rules of the main world to influence the enemy's soul. However, the 3 god-level beings in front of him were not affected by his battle aura. This made the god of war more careful. It seemed that the 3 god-level beings in front of him were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. When the 3 god-level beings appeared, the god of war did not take them seriously. If he was in another main world, he might be a little worried. However, in the great world of God, this was his home ground. He had a huge advantage. Although the god of war had gathered his will to fight, he did not immediately charge forward and launch a thunderous attack. Instead, he pointed at Black Dragon Alexis, the Titan Golden-Armored Emperor, and the Blade Mantis Emperor with his fingers that were not holding the battle axe. As the ruler of the great world of God, I deem you evil, the god of war judged. Following the god of war's judgment, the entire galaxy seemed to be shaking. Originally, after the shaking, the rules of the great world of God would find the three God-level beings and judge them as evil. As long as the Black Dragon Alexis, the avatar of the Titan Golden-Armored Emperor, and the avatar of the Blade Mantis Emperor were successfully judged and turned into evil existences in the great world of gods, no matter what methods they used to hide themselves from the world's rules, they would be like lights in the dark, with nowhere to hide. The rules of the great world of God would suppress the evil beings even more. When the god of war used his divine spells, the three god-level beings would suffer even more damage. However, this time, the god of war failed again. The rules of the world did not find the target. After the shaking, there was no more movement. The alarm bells of the 5 shrines kept ringing. When Archbishop McIntyre of the War Shrines heard the bells of the main shrines ringing continuously, he still did not understand what was going on. Archbishop, we have discovered the presence of 3 gods in this galaxy. My lord's presence has also appeared there, the priest who was making the report said excitedly as he pointed at the Alchemy Golden Star map. Everything is going according to procedure. Report to the other 4 shrines. Since my lord has already made his move, we just have to wait, Archbishop McIntyre said in a deep voice. Archbishop McIntyre's heart was not as calm as he looked. The location on the Alchemy Golden Star map was not far from planet Gammy. When he heard that the presence of 3 gods had appeared not far from planet Gammy, he guessed that the 3 gods were related to Lord Arthur. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? In the vast great world of God, the 3 gods just happened to appear in that location. It was no wonder that Lord Arthur's strength had increased so quickly. It turned out that there were 3 gods behind him. Archbishop McIntyre guessed in his heart. He was also glad that he did not make a move against Lord Arthur. Otherwise, even if he took down Lord Arthur, he would not be able to deal with the 3 gods. Just as Archbishop McIntyre was deep in thought, he sensed a pulling force through his scepter. This was an invitation from the other 4 archbishops who had something important to discuss. Archbishop McIntyre did not have a spirit clone, so he could only enter the public space fragment himself. When Archbishop McIntyre appeared on the platform, the other 4 archbishops were already waiting for him. Archbishop McIntyre, I would like to know who the 3 gods are that the great god of war wants to deal with? Archbishop Barney was the first to ask. This was also a question that the other 3 archbishops were concerned about. They had all received the results of their respective shrine scans. If they had only discovered the presence of 3 gods, they would have immediately investigated and waited for some information to be found before reporting to their respective gods. However, the presence of the god of war made them unable to send out any more scouts. Once the War of Gods started, the nearby areas could not be entered at all. Archbishop Barney, I don't know either, Archbishop McIntyre said helplessly as he shook his head. Don't tell me that you don't know anything about such a big matter? Archbishop Julian asked in disbelief. The god of war's actions were to deal with 3 gods at the same time, but the shrines of war had no idea at all. This was too unbelievable. Unless the god of war did not trust his shrines. However, on second thought, it was understandable. In the recent conflict between the shrines of war and Lord Arthur, they had suffered heavy losses. The result of the war was only to destroy the surface of planet Gammy. The god of war was probably very disappointed with the war shrines. When Archbishop McKinley entered the public space fragment, he was directly promoted to the legendary level by the god of war's divine grace. However, Archbishop McIntyre did not have any signs of divine grace on him at all. That place is close to planet Gammy. Could it have something to do with Lord Arthur? Archbishop McIntyre did not know how to answer, so he could only voice out his thoughts. You don't have to guess. I have to report to my lord. You can't use uncertain words like suspect or suspected, Archbishop Ambrose said in a low voice. Archbishop McIntyre awkwardly pinched his scepter. The scepter in his hand made him even more embarrassed, as his scepter was smaller and thinner than the other 4 archbishops' spiritual avatars. Archbishop McIntyre, you have to give us an accurate answer. Do you want us to report to our Lord? Archbishop Adele asked impatiently. Archbishop McIntyre hesitated. The god of war was facing 3 unknown gods alone. He really did not know what the consequences would be. However, according to his faith, he completely believed that the god of war could get rid of the 3 unknown gods. For tens of thousands of years, the god of war had never been defeated. There's no need to report for now. If there are any new developments, I will inform the archbishops. Archbishop McIntyre said with a bow. The 4 archbishops looked at each other and did not stay any longer. They turned around and left. Seeing the 4 archbishops disappear, Archbishop McIntyre clenched his teeth. He felt that the 4 archbishops were against each other, but there was nothing he could do. In space, the god of war had finally lost his patience after many attempts before the battle. The god of war's divine power surged. His figure flashed and disappeared. Facing 3 gods, he still chose to take the initiative to charge. His target was the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis was ready to defend against the god of war's charge. When the Black Dragon Alexis saw that the god of war's figure was approaching, it suddenly changed direction and charged towards the Blade Mantis Emperor. The Black Dragon Alexis, the Titan Golden Emperor Doppelganger, and the Blade Mantis Emperor Doppelganger stood in one direction. The Black Dragon Alexis stood alone in one direction, while the Titan Golden Emperor Doppelganger and the Blade Mantis Emperor Doppelganger were closer to each other. Normally, even if the god of war had the confidence to fight 1 against 3, he would prioritize attacking the Black Dragon Alexis, who was alone. However, the god of war's battle plan was to first pretend to attack the Black Dragon Alexis and let the Black Dragon Alexis enter a defensive state. Then, he would turn to attack the Blade Mantis Emperor. Although he would have to face 2 Zerg gods together, the Black Dragon Alexis would lose the opportunity to participate in the battle. In the god of war's opinion, the reason why the Black Dragon Alexis dared to act alone was because he was confident in his own strength. This was especially so when the Black Dragon Alexis took out his golden battle axe to provoke the god of war. If the god of war wanted to defeat 3 Zerg gods, he would first have to cut off one of their arms and use all his strength to severely injure one of them. Only then would he be able to defeat the 3 Zerg gods. As for why the Black Dragon Alexis did not prepare to enter a defensive state and wanted to fight the god of war did not believe that the Black Dragon Alexis would do such a thing. As long as a god knew of the god of war's reputation, he would not want to fight him one-on-one. The best way was to enter a defensive state and block the first round of attacks, then wait for the 2 Zerg gods to support him. When the 3 Zerg gods surrounded him, that was the best choice. The Black Dragon Alexis's body was in a defensive state. If he wanted to enter a defensive state and support the Blade Mantis Emperor, he needed to make some adjustments. The adjustment time was very short, but in a battle of this level, this short amount of time was enough to change the outcome of the battle. The god of war charged forward. In his eyes, the Blade Mantis Emperor was nothing. As long as he could get close enough, taking down the Blade Mantis Emperor would not be a problem. War God / the god of war shouted as soon as he entered the attack range. The golden battle axe's surface was golden and solid. With divine power, the power of the golden battle axe reached its peak. This slash was very powerful. At the same time, with the perfect combination of speed and power, the slash was aimed at the Blade Mantis Emperor's most difficult position. Just as the god of war shouted, the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade arm shot out. This was an attack that would cause both sides to suffer. The Blade Mantis Emperor did not care if it was injured or not. All it wanted was to exchange injuries with the god of war. The blade arm shot out at an extremely fast speed. The god of war felt the danger and forcefully pulled back his golden battle axe. The axe blocked the blade of the blade arm. With a clang, the blade mantis emperor's huge divine body was shaken by the recoil of the god of war's axe. The golden battle axe in the god of war's hand shook slightly and dissipated the attack of the blade mantis emperor. He even had the strength to regain control of the golden battle axe. The golden battle axe drew an arc and slashed towards the blade mantis emperor again. This arc slash was performed under the recoil of the blade mantis emperor. It was too late for the blade mantis emperor to block it. At this moment, the Titan golden-armored emperor stretched out its front claw and struck the golden battle axe, deflecting the attack that was sure to succeed. At the same time, the Titan golden emperor's other front claw swept towards the god of war. The god of war's figure slightly dodged the attack. While dodging the Titan gold-armored emperor's attack, the golden battle axe borrowed the force of the Titan gold-armored emperor's attack and drew an arc in the air as it slashed at the Titan gold-armored emperor. The god of war's battle axe was obviously faster. His control of borrowing strength had reached an unimaginable level. By borrowing the strength of his opponent, he could increase the speed of his own weapon. The Titan golden emperor did not care about the attack. It had the same idea as the blade mantis emperor. As long as it hit the god of war, it would be a victory. The Titan golden emperor reached out one of its legs and stabbed towards the god of war. The god of war's face was slightly arrogant. This level of attack was of no threat to him. He just moved his body slightly and dodged the leg attack. However, the golden battle axe of the god of war was blocked again. This time, the blade mantis emperor's blade arm blocked the attack of the god of war. The god of war had no time to attack again. Behind him, the black dragon Alexis had already rushed over and was about to surround him. The god of war didn't hesitate at all. His figure flashed as he retreated. He only stopped after retreating 500 meters. At this time, the god of war felt that something was wrong. He did not know what was going on with the black dragon Alexis, but the Titan golden emperor and the blade mantis emperor's fighting style made him feel extremely familiar. Chapter 1179. David did not participate in the battle, nor did he try to control the Titan golden emperor's and blade mantis emperor's clones. For a battle of this level, the Titan golden emperor's and blade mantis emperor's clones would have a much easier time than a demigod like him controlling his divine body. The main reason was that the Titan golden emperor's and blade mantis emperor's clones were both insectoid bodies. David's control of the insectoid divine body was too short. If it was against a weaker enemy, it would not be a problem. However, against a super-strong opponent like the god of war, David's control was still too weak. He could not unleash the full power of the Titan golden emperor's and blade mantis emperor's clones. David hid in the divine dimension card, but his mind was focused on the Titan golden emperor's clone, observing the battle. Although the battle just now was very short, he could see the problem on his side. The battle skills of the Titan golden emperor's and blade mantis emperor's clones were still far from the god of war's. Although they had both learned the talent of the god of war, one of them had created the talent of the god of war and had been immersed in it for tens of thousands of years. The other side had just mastered the talent of the god of war and did not even have the chance to practice it before it was thrown into a high-intensity battle. This caused the Titan golden emperor's and blade mantis emperor's clones to be in a passive position throughout the battle. They were controlled by the god of war and could not attack actively. Although it was 1 against 3, in reality, the black dragon Alexis did not play any role. The Titan golden emperor's and blade mantis emperor's clones were suppressed by the god of war. If it was a one-on-one battle, whether it was the Titan golden emperor's and blade mantis emperor's clones, or the black dragon Alexis, they were no match for the god of war. David was glad that he had resurrected the Titan golden emperor's and blade mantis emperor's clones before returning to the great world of God. If he had only brought the black dragon Alexis back to the great world of God, he would have been running for his life by now. While David was summarizing the battle, the god of war was shocked. The god of war felt extremely familiar with the fighting style of the Titan Golden Emperors and Blade Mantis Emperors clones. It was the fighting style of the god of war's talent ability. Although the fighting style of the Titan Golden Emperors and Blade Mantis Emperors clones was a little unfamiliar, the fighting style of the god of war's talent ability could not escape the god of war's senses. When the god of war's talent ability that he was so proud of appeared on his opponent, the god of war could not believe it at first. Then, he became extremely angry. The god of war felt that he had been stolen. The Titan Golden Emperors and Blade Mantis Emperors clones had stolen his god of war's talent ability. The god of war did not know why the god of war's talent ability had fallen into the hands of the Titan Golden Emperors and Blade Mantis Emperors clones. All he needed to do was defeat the Titan Golden Emperors and Blade Mantis Emperors clones and take back the god of war's talent ability. The god of war's talent ability. Where did you get it from? The god of war was furious as he asked aloud. The god of war wanted to know how the god of war's talent ability had been lost through the Titan Golden Emperors and Blade Mantis Emperors clones. However, the Titan Golden Emperors and Blade Mantis Emperors clones did not speak. They just maintained their fighting stance. God of war, if you want to know, then defeat us, Black Dragon Alexis said in a low voice. Black Dragon Alexis was also very angry. He was a great black dragon, but he was played by the god of war. The key was that Black Dragon Alexis himself was afraid of the god of war. The god of war's prediction was successful, causing Black Dragon Alexis to lose the initiative and not be able to participate in the first round of the battle. The god of war looked at Black Dragon Alexis and said with a look of realization, "Black Dragon, I remember now. It seems that a black dragon was caught by the god of death. It seems that you escaped. No wonder the god of death woke up from his deep slumber." Previously, the god of war thought that the giant dragons and the Zergs had allied, but he quickly dismissed this idea. Not to mention how proud the giant dragons were, it was impossible for them to have anything to do with the Zergs. In addition, the god of war thought of the dusty past, and he quickly found the closest answer to the truth. When Black Dragon Alexis heard the god of war mention the past that he did not want to talk about, his heart was filled with hatred. Kill! Black Dragon Alexis let out a dragon roar. After the roar was let out, it formed a sound wave that surged towards the god of war. The power of the dragon roar was extremely strong. Wherever it passed, the space trembled. However, when the dragon roar reached the god of war, it did not affect the god of war at all. This was the divine body of the god of war. In the great world of God, Black Dragon Alexis could not hurt him with just a dragon roar. Unless it was a direct attack, this kind of long-range attack would have to be approved by the world law in order to hurt the divine body of the god of war. The world law would not allow the ruler of the world to be hurt by other laws. Just like how David had the support of Yggdrasil and the world law of the small world in his soul space, he became the ruler of the small world. Therefore, he let Yggdrasil release the aura of the small world so that the three god ranks would not be affected by the god of war's soul suppression. Seeing that the dragon roar had no effect, the Black Dragon Alexis' huge dragon body rushed out with unusual agility and rushed towards the god of war. The Titan Golden Armored Emperor's clone and the Blade Mantis Emperor's clone saw the Dark Dragon Alexis's attack and followed suit. The three god-tier powerhouses launched a counterattack in a triangular formation. The god of war stood still. Although the opponent had also learned the talent of the god of war, he was confident in winning. The Black Dragon Alexis was in front. The Titan Golden Emperor clone and the Blade Mantis Emperor clone followed closely behind. The Black Dragon Alexis Golden Battle Axe contained the terrifying power of the Black Dragon. The talent of the god of war again. The god of war saw the way the Black Dragon Alexis attacked and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. When did the basic talent of the god of war become so common? The three god ranks all obtained the talent of the god of war. The god of war thought of Lord Arthur in his heart. These three god ranks were all summoned by Lord Arthur. If there was a possibility that the talent of the god of war could be leaked out, it would only be when the god of war's consciousness carried the talent of the god of war when he descended. In the end, his consciousness didn't manage to escape. Thinking of this possibility, the god of war started to pay more attention to Lord Arthur's special ability. The black dragon Alexis had already rushed in front of the god of war. The golden battle axe turned into a golden light and slashed down. The god of war's body rushed forward, as if he had predicted this and just happened to dodge the attack of the golden battle axe. The golden battle axe in the god of war's hand swept towards the divine body of the black dragon Alexis at a strange angle. The black dragon Alexis didn't even think. He used his other dragon claw to block in front of him and blocked the attack of the god of war. However, the black dragon Alexis didn't have it easy either. He felt the heavy blow from the god of war's golden battle axe spread from his dragon claw to his entire body. The black dragon Alexis had two choices. The first was to take the heavy blow from the god of war's golden battle axe head-on. If he did that, his body would shake, and he would lose control of himself like the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor. The second was to retreat and dissipate the power of this heavy blow. The black dragon Alexis chose to retreat. He felt the difference between himself and the god of war. It was a difference in all aspects. In terms of power, the god of war, a god of faith, had a body that surpassed the black dragon Alexis, a god-level life form. This was something very unimaginable. As the black dragon Alexis retreated, the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor rushed forward together. Their golden claws and blades attacked the god of war from both sides. The god of war slashed twice and blocked all the attacks from the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor. However, the god of war also lost the chance to chase after the black dragon Alexis. The clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor took the brunt of the attack from the god of war. Their divine bodies swayed slightly and dissipated a portion of the force. The rest of their divine bodies were able to withstand. When the god of war saw the divine bodies of the golden-armored Titan Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor, he was so shocked that he almost lost his composure. This was because this was the god of war's way of dispersing power. In terms of the talent of the god of war, the black dragon Alexis, the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor, and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor were all beginners. Although they had mastered the talent of the god of war, they were still far behind the god of war in terms of application. The god of war also knew this, but he didn't expect the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor to be able to learn the advanced application of the talent of the god of war in such a short period of time. The god of war was indeed very powerful. On one hand, it was because of his talent. On the other hand, it was because he could use the talent of the god of war to increase the strength of his attack. At the same time, if the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't too big, he could easily disperse the opponent's force from his divine body. The clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor obviously didn't master the advanced application of the talent of the god of war at the beginning of the divine war. However, in the process of the divine war, they only fought with the god of war once and learned the advanced application of the technique from the battle with the god of war. The black dragon Alexis was also a little depressed. He believed that his intelligence was definitely much higher than the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor. The souls of the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor had been purified. In the absence of David's mind, they were only left with their instincts. The black dragon Alexis didn't even need to master the advanced application of the talent of the god of war to convert the talent of the god of war into real combat strength. In fact, the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor didn't have much of an advantage in terms of intelligence. However, their souls had been purified twice. Without David's mind, the purity of their souls was the limit of what they could achieve. The clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor didn't have any other complicated thoughts. All of their minds were focused on the battle. After learning the talent of the God of War, without putting it into practice, the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor couldn't see the results of the battle. However, in the battle with the God of War, the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor truly saw how the talent of the God of War could be used. It was as if a door had been opened. The clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor were greatly inspired. They had found the key to using the talent of the God of War. The God of War guessed that the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor had the ability to learn. His attacks became even sharper. The God of War was fighting 1 against 2, so his speed of slashing increased by a lot. The clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor were still very unfamiliar with the ability to resolve the attack. Soon, they became a little flustered. Fortunately, the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor were both David's clones. They had an extremely close soul connection with each other. During the battle, they could take care of each other at any time. This allowed the God of War's many fatal attacks to be resolved by their cooperation. If the God of War was given another 2 breaths of time, he would definitely be able to successfully hit the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor. At the very least, one of them would be injured. However, before the clone of the Titan Golden Emperor and the clone of the Blade Mantis Emperor became a little confused, Black Dragon Alexis joined the battle and immediately stabilized the situation. In the sky, every time a golden light flashed, a crack would appear in the space. It would take a few breaths for the space to repair itself. Due to the delay in the space's self-repair, the divine battlefield was filled with all kinds of space cracks. Perhaps these space cracks could be easily blocked by the divine bodies of both sides. However, for non-divine beings, this place was a terrifying hell. These space cracks were fatal. Especially in the divine battlefield, there would be heavy attacks with divine power. Every time, 1,000-meter space crack would appear in the sky. Chapter 1180. Fight, fight, fight. The God of War was in a state of madness. His shouting had no effect at all. He knew that soul attacks were ineffective, but such shouting could increase the God of War's fighting spirit. The God of War hadn't had such a good fight in a long time. No other gods could fight him. Even if it was 1 against a few, his attack power could make his opponents collapse. However, today was different. The 3 god-level beings, Black Dragon Alexis, the Titan Golden Armored Emperor's clone, and the Blade Mantis Emperor's clone, had used the God of War's talent ability to fight the God of War to a standstill. This greatly stimulated the God of War's fighting spirit. His strength increased as he shouted, and his speed increased. Black Dragon Alexis relied on his rich fighting experience to cooperate with the Titan Golden Emperor's clone and Blade Mantis Emperor's clone. Now, it was the Titan Golden Emperor's clone and Blade Mantis Emperor's clone that were fighting against the God of War. If one were to compare the battle strength of the Titan Gold Armored Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor's clones before the battle with their current battle strength, the battle strength of the Titan Gold Armored Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor's clones had increased by at least 2-fold. This doubling wasn't due to his divine body, but to his fighting skills. With the God of War as a good teacher, the Titan Golden Emperor's clone and Blade Mantis Emperor's use of the talent of the God of War became faster and faster. In the end, the God of War didn't dare to use too many techniques. He was worried that if he continued fighting like this, all his techniques would be learned by the Titan Golden Emperor's clone and Blade Mantis Emperor's clone. The God of War was now relying on his basic fighting skills to increase his advantage. His speed and strength were boosted by his fighting spirit. Even though he was fighting 1 against 3, he was still able to fight to a standstill. David, who was hidden in the divine artifact space card, gaped. When he saw the body of the god of war, he thought that the combat ability was the limit of combat skills. David was also proud of his mastery of the god of war's talent ability, but after seeing the real god of war's talent ability, he understood the gap between them. If the Titan Golden Emperor and Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger didn't have an innate ability to learn how to fight, and if their souls weren't extremely focused, they would have been able to continuously improve the usage of their god of war talent. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have ended like this. They would have either started fighting with their lives on the line, or they would have already lost. Although both sides had been attacking each other non-stop since the start of the battle, neither side had used their strongest attack yet. The god of war didn't only have the god of war talent ability. It was just that there weren't many gods who could block his god of war talent ability. Black Dragon Alexis, Titan Golden Emperor's doppelganger, and Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger all had their own powerful battle forms. As long as they used their most powerful attacks, the battle would enter its final stage. In a normal battle where there was no clear winner or loser, using their most powerful attacks wouldn't achieve the best result. The battle of the gods was still going on, and both sides were restraining themselves. As the god of war's combat ability was beyond David's expectations, David didn't want to use his subordinates to fight the god of war head-on. David's idea was simple. As long as he was given more time, he was confident that he would have more god-level combat ability, especially his own body. Based on his current situation, once he became a god, his combat ability would definitely be at the top of the god level, given the terrifying extent of the destruction rule. David had plenty of time to slowly grow, so there was no need for him to fight the god of war to the death now. Although the ones fighting were Black Dragon Alexis, Titan Golden Emperor's doppelganger, and Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger, David was the one in charge of formulating the plan of action. David didn't want to risk his life, so Black Dragon Alexis naturally listened to him. The god of war was also helpless. He was very happy to fight, but in his heart, he also understood that he was helpless against these three god-level gods. Unless one of the other four gods came to help him, it was impossible to defeat these three god-level gods. The outcome of a normal battle could be determined. In a situation where both sides were equal in combat ability, the god of war could unleash his most powerful attack, and the other party could also unleash their most powerful attack. If the god of war wasn't certain of victory, he wouldn't unleash his most powerful attack. Once he unleashed his most powerful attack, the god of war had to win. However, from the previous battle, the chances of victory weren't high. The god of war couldn't afford to lose. If he lost, it would mean that his golden body, which had lasted for tens of thousands of years, would be broken. Then, his fighting spirit would be damaged, and his strength would be affected. Moreover, if Lord Arthur used the momentum of his victory to clean up the shrines of war in the great world of God, the god of war wouldn't be able to stop it. Both sides had their own ideas and turned a battle between gods into a normal battle. God of war, let's stop here. There's no point in fighting like this. In the midst of the battle, a voice sounded on the battlefield. This was the voice of David through Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger. Okay, from now on, my deal with the Mother Queen will stop. The shrines of war will no longer target Arthur Luce. The god of war was very straightforward. When the other party suggested to stop the battle, he immediately retreated and left the battle range. David was very worried. The god of war retreated from the battle too easily. It was obvious that the god of war was still holding back. Black Dragon Alexis, Titan Golden Emperor's doppelganger, and Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger were also in a triangular formation. They stood in a defensive position in space. We will also leave the great world of God immediately. Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger also expressed his concession. The god of war's attitude was very clear. Everything was caused by his deal with the Mother Queen to capture Lord Arthur alive. Now, the god of war had given up on the deal. As for the fact that the shrines of war would no longer target Lord Arthur, the truth was that the shrines of war couldn't do anything to Lord Arthur. Instead, they had to guard against Lord Arthur's revenge. The other reason the god of war said this was to let Lord Arthur give up on taking revenge on the shrines of war. In a sense, the god of war recognized the existence of Lord Arthur as a demigod. At least, the shrines of war recognized him. As for the other 4 shrines, the god of war couldn't influence them. David also made a promise. It was a compromise to the god of war. The 3 god-level shrines would no longer appear in the great world of God. Actually, the Titan Golden Emperor's doppelganger and Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger were Zergs. If they wanted to maintain their strength, they could only stay in the Zerg world and train with the Emperor Inheritance Rune. Black Dragon Alexis always followed David. Normally, it was only the size of a kitten. As long as it didn't appear in its original form as a black dragon, it didn't violate the agreement. The most important thing was that the various shrines in the great world of God were too strict with the divine aura. Even a trace of divine aura would trigger a reaction from the shrines. David didn't want to make enemies with the other 4 shrines. Naturally, he wouldn't let the 3 god-level auras appear in the great world of God. The god of war didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked his last question. I have a question. Has the talent of the god of war been spread in the Zerg world? No. The Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger replied without hesitation. The god of war didn't doubt the answer of the Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger. There was no need to lie, so he was relieved. If the talent of the god of war was spread in the Zerg world, he would have to consider the threat of the Zerg world. The greatest use of the talent of the god of war was to magnify one's strength. Mastering the talent of the god of war meant that one would be the strongest in the same realm. Next time I'll find help. Let's fight again. The god of war looked at the 3 god-level experts and said. After that, he waved his hand and released a golden divine power. The divine power turned into the Gate of Faith. The Gate of Faith opened. The god of war entered the Gate of Faith, and the Gate of Faith closed and disappeared. David didn't come out of the divine space card immediately. He let the Black Dragon Alexis, the Titan Golden Emperor's doppelganger, and the Blade Mantis Emperor's doppelganger leave this area before he came out of the divine space card. After he came out, he immediately opened the wormhole that led to the Zerg world's safe spot. He put the 3 god-level experts into the divine space card and flashed into the wormhole. The god of war returned to the small world. Through the perception of the shrines of war, he discovered that the 3 god-level experts had disappeared from the great world of God. The god of war didn't feel happy about the departure of the 3 god-level experts. The way they appeared showed that Arthur Luce could summon the 3 god-level experts at will. This meant that there was a secret passage between the great world of God and the Zerg world. The god of war still needed to observe how to deal with Arthur Luce for a while. His curiosity didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more intense. However, before he had the confidence to deal with the 3 god-level experts, he wouldn't attack Arthur Luce again. The higher-ups of the shrines who had been monitoring the 3 unfamiliar god-level auras and the god of war's aura through the shrine's divine aura detection system had mixed feelings. Archbishop McIntyre was already standing in the control room of the divine aura detection system in the main shrines. He was personally observing the situation of the god-level auras. The 4 god-level auras were entangled together for a long time. During this time, the god-level auras were violent. That was a sign of a battle between gods. After that, the 4 god-level auras separated. The aura belonging to the god of war disappeared first. After that, the other 3 god-level auras also disappeared after a while. Did he win or? Archbishop McIntyre didn't dare to think further. If he did, he was worried that there would be problems with his faith. No matter what, the god of war must be fine. Otherwise, as an archbishop, he would definitely be able to sense it. Archbishop McIntyre didn't dare to ask the god of war. As an archbishop, he wasn't liked by the god of war. He deeply felt this. However, he had to respond to the 4 archbishops of the shrines. He couldn't always say no comment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to interact with the 4 archbishops. Cancel all actions against Arthur Luce. The shrines of war will no longer interfere with Arthur Luce's affairs. Just as Archbishop McIntyre was having a headache, a godly message came. Archbishop McIntyre's spirit was lifted. He could see many things from this message. First, this battle between gods must have something to do with Lord Arthur. The god of war wanted to capture Lord Arthur alive to trade with the Zergs. Although not everyone knew about it, the shrines and the upper echelons of the nobles all knew about it. This time, Lord Arthur probably brought 3 god-level experts to settle this matter with the god of war. The god of war probably didn't win this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made any concessions. Secondly, the god of war didn't make many concessions. There were no conditions for compensation. From this, it could be seen that Lord Arthur's side also didn't win. In other words, in the battle between the 3 god-level experts and the god of war, no one gained an advantage. In the shrines of the god of knowledge, Archbishop Ambrose was looking at the magic circle in front of him. It was a real-time image sent back by the scanning magic circle on the scouting starship through the nearest shrines. The scouting starship of the Shrines of Knowledge had been waiting at the periphery of the battle for a long time. It was to obtain first-hand information about the battle between the god of war and the 3 god-level experts. This was an extremely important matter for the Shrines of Knowledge. The Shrines of Knowledge placed great importance on collecting all kinds of data. The God of Knowledge had also asked the Shrines of Knowledge to use this opportunity to investigate the God of War's strength. The last time the God of War fought with his godly body was nearly 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years of cultivation, the God of Knowledge was also very curious about the God of War's strength. The scouting starship was a little far from the battlefield. It took 2 hours at full speed to get close to the battlefield. 6 level 4 Sky Knight priests flew out to investigate the starship. They needed to search the area and see if they could find any fragments from the battle. If there were any fragments, they would be extremely precious treasures. This was the battlefield of the battle between the 3 god-level experts and the god of war. Whether it was fragments of godly weapons or flesh, they were all god-level items. For the Shrines of Knowledge, they were extremely valuable for research. Although they clearly knew that the gods had already left, the 6 level 4 Sky Knight priests still maintained an extremely careful posture. After more than 2 hours, there was a dead silence. The level 4 priest walking in front suddenly stopped. Then his body split into 3 parts, and blood gushed out from his body. When the blood spread out, 2 invisible space cracks appeared. The blood that passed through the space cracks was forcefully pushed away. The remaining 5 4th level heavenly priests couldn't help but feel their blood run cold as they looked at their surroundings. What kind of divine battle could cause such a scene of death? Chapter 1181. Archbishop Ambrose ordered the starship, continue to investigate. Find out the range of the battle between gods and mark it on the star map. The level 5 priest on the starship conveyed Archbishop Ambrose's order to the 5 level 4 Sky Knight priests. The 5 level 4 Sky Knight priests didn't have any objections. They didn't expect this to happen before, so they had a plan. A level 4 priest took out a big bag of light red powder from his portal item. This light red powder was a low-level alchemy material, so it wasn't worth much. He scattered the light red powder in front of him. The powder scattered and floated in space. At the same time, terrifying cracks in space appeared in their vision. The level 4 priest reported to the starship, "We can't enter the inner region of the battle between gods. It's completely occupied by cracks in space. The level 5 priest ordered in a deep voice, "Investigate along the edge." The 5 level 4 priests began to carefully investigate along the edge of the battlefield. Every time, they would use the light red powder to open up a path before moving forward. Although it was slower, it was much safer. The Starry Sky flying ship was accompanied by 5 4th-rank god priests, constantly collecting information from the 5 4th-rank god priests. After a powerful god attacked, it would break space and create obvious cracks in space. These cracks would quickly heal. This healing was an automatic ability of the big world. If space was broken continuously in the same place, the cracks on the surface would disappear, but they wouldn't heal. Instead, they would become invisible cracks. Hidden spatial cracks were even more frightening. They were traceless, and once one came into contact with one, their power would be no different from that of a visible spatial crack. From this, it could be seen how intense the battle between the god of war and the 3 gods was. The entire space had turned into a hell of cracks in space. The investigation mission was still ongoing, but it was very slow. The number of marks on the star map increased bit by bit. The starship moved again. It didn't move very far each time, but it was more convenient to collect the results of the scan and send it to Archbishop Ambrose, the main shrines. Suddenly, the body of the starship shook, and then half of the starship was cut open, revealing the space inside. The starship was a speed-type starship. Plus, there was no battle going on, so it didn't activate its defensive circle. But who would have thought that there would be several consecutive heavy strikes that would stretch for thousands of meters and overlap at the same location, causing an invisible spatial crack longsword to stretch out outside the divine battle airspace. The Starry Sky flying ship was unlucky. It just happened to pass by the invisible space crack longsword. As a result, the Starry Sky flying ship was cut in half. A small half of the starship's body was cut open, and the complete array system of the starship was also severely damaged. It could no longer work. The human environment inside the starship also disappeared. There weren't only level 4 or 5 priests and priests inside, there were also a large number of professional technicians. These technicians were very weak. They couldn't reach level 4 to survive in space. In just an instant, dozens of professional technicians of the knowledge shrines were exposed in space. Without enough strength, they couldn't even deal with the most basic cold in space. Plus, they were suffocated. Soon, dozens of technicians lost their lives. Level 5 priests and a few level 4 priests stood in space with ugly expressions. They could only watch their comrades die, but they couldn't do anything. The cruelty of space was terrifying. Anyone below level 4 would die if they lost the protection of the starship. Archbishop Ambrose, the main shrines of the knowledge shrines, noticed that the scanning data connection was broken. He knew that something had happened, but because the scouting speed was too slow, a few more starships passed by. This time, they brought more powder. David returned to the bug world and went to the underground space of the demigod golden-winged Beetle King clone's territory. He summoned the Titan golden-armored Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor clones from the Divine Artifact space card. Then, he took out an Emperor-level inheritance rune from the 5 demigod clones and gave it to the 2 bug tribe god-level clones. Although the battle with the god of war didn't reach David's expectations, it made him realize the power of the god of war. It also made him give up on the idea of challenging the god of war. He wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It was very safe here. 2 god-level bug clones, 2 demigod clones, and 5 demigod clones. It could be said that the power hidden in this demigod territory was stronger than any god-level bug territory. David went to the cube's super AI area in the underground space. He was checking the progress of the cube's super AI system. Half a year had passed, and the cube's super AI system's research was more than halfway done. David's finger moved quickly on the screen. Rows of data flashed in front of his eyes. At this moment, he had activated his innate ability, Thought Storm, and connected to 4 legendary rank soul clones and 292 level 5 soul clones. That was why he had the ability to quickly browse through the incomparably huge and complicated research. The Cube's Super AI Systems research was very good. There was no longer a need for the Space War Shrines. The robot used a special scanner to scan the entire Space War Shrines several times at close range. The Space War Shrines, whether it was the structure, the energy circuit, or more hidden functions, were all transformed from physical to virtual and stored in the Cube's Super AI Systems memory. David found a few hidden positioning runes in the Space War Shrines. He changed the frequency of the positioning runes to a rune he could accept. As for the Shrines of Space War, they had completely lost the Space War Shrines. Anyway, David had reached an agreement with the God of War, so the Shrines of Space War would not trouble him anymore. Even the God of War would be embarrassed to ask for the Space War Shrines. This was David's spoils of war. According to the rules of the great world of God, the spoils of war belonged to David. David needed the Space War Shrines. Otherwise, his plan to restore the surface of planet Gamma would be a lot more troublesome. He walked into the Space War Shrines, and then his mission was to reactivate the Shrines of Space War. In the hall, David saw the empty statue thrown on the ground. Of course, other than him, no one would dare to blaspheme the statue of the God of War. Last time, he used the divine artifact, Death Chain, to seal the statue of the God of War. After expelling the inner spirit, he put the statue back into the Space War Shrines. Later, he put it into the Dimension Pendant with the Space War Shrines. David put it in this underground space for half a year. Now that he was about to activate the Space War Shrines, he finally remembered the purpose of the statue. Luckily, he didn't destroy the statue of the God of War. If he did, he wouldn't be able to make a new one. The materials needed to make the statue were not something David could come into contact with. Plus, there were the problems of the crafting process and so on. Of course, when the Cube's Super Artificial Intelligence system finished the research on the Space War Shrines, it could focus on the research in this area. David grabbed the statue with his mind and put it back on the altar. He thought about it and took out a level 5 soul avatar from his soul dimension and put it into the statue. Although he couldn't make the statue, he was still very experienced in how to use it. When the level 5 soul avatar entered the statue, David felt a sense of return through the mind of the level 5 soul avatar. The statue was like the most perfect body. After the level 5 soul avatar entered, it immediately merged with the statue. It was obvious that this statue was of a higher level than the one in the temporary Space War Shrines. After the level 5 soul avatar entered, the warm and comfortable feeling was incomparable to the statue in the temporary Space War Shrines. David wasn't surprised. The Space War Shrines were one of the most powerful war weapons of the Shrines of Space War. The cost of all aspects were completely different. The statue's face also changed into David's appearance as the level 5 soul avatar entered. David then summoned the Shadow Attendant and transferred the knowledge ball of the Hymn of God from the Shadow Attendant to the statue in front of him. After the level 5 soul avatar absorbed the knowledge ball of the Hymn of God, David sensed that the statue had gained a special ability called the Hymn of God. This was the most useful ability that David could give to the statue. He didn't have the ability to descend, so giving it to the battle divinity would be a waste. David's mind entered the statue and tried to control the statue to activate the Hymn of God. He didn't know if it was because they were both David's soul avatars or some other reason, but after the idol activated the Hymn of God's ability, he sensed that the idol in the Temple of Annihilation, in the small world of his soul, had also activated the Hymn of God's talent ability. The Hymn of God talent not only had the ability to increase the power of faith, but it also had the ability to connect with other Hymn of God idols that had activated the Hymn of God idols through the power of faith to form a network of faith. In a divinity major world, the temples that were spread throughout the major world were connected through the innate ability of the hymn of the god. After the hymn of God connection was successful, a large amount of faith power was transmitted from the Space War shrines in the Soul Dimension to the shrines of Space War through the Faith Network. At this point, the space shrines in front of him should no longer be called Space War shrines, but Space War shrines. With the influx of faith power, all the shrines of Space War shrines began to reactivate, and the Space War shrines slowly left the ground. Of course, David couldn't let the shrines of Space War take off here. Although the underground space was huge, it definitely couldn't allow the shrines of Space War to fly. He waved his hand and put the shrines of Space War into the Soul Dimension. After getting rid of all the hidden dangers, he was very confident about the shrines of Space War. He didn't have to worry about his secret being leaked. David activated the wormhole that led to the Divine Great World's safe spot. He then stepped into it, and when he appeared again, he was already 500 meters below the surface of Gamma Planet. The god of war in his own small world looked at the Aura Lock rune in his hand and was deep in thought. Previously, Lord Arthur's aura and the 3 god-level auras disappeared in the great world of God at the same time. The disappearance of the 3 god-level auras was confirmed by the shrine's aura detection system. This aura detection system was very accurate. It used all the shrines in the great world of God to find the aura of a god. It had never made a mistake in 10,000 years. The confirmation of Lord Arthur's aura was achieved by the god of war using the Aura Lock rune in his hand. Although they came to an agreement, the god of war didn't give up on the idea of observing Lord Arthur. This time, the god of war was sure that Lord Arthur had either found a special space tunnel, obtained some kind of space artifact, or obtained some kind of space talent ability. All of these could allow him to travel freely in the great world. Although there seemed to be many ways, they were all theoretical. There were very few that could actually be done. A special space tunnel was like the portal that connected the great world of God and the bug world. Once such a tunnel appeared, it would immediately be discovered by the god-level masters of the 2 great worlds. They would then enter and fight over it. However, the god-level masters of the 2 great worlds didn't discover this special space tunnel. It wasn't very likely that it was an ancient space tunnel. If it was a space artifact, to be honest, this possibility was even less likely than a special space tunnel. This was because god-level masters with space abilities were very rare. It was also because the space talent was too special that it was very dangerous to level up. Most of them died at the demigod level. Therefore, there were very few space artifacts left behind by god-level masters. A space artifact that could pass through 2 great worlds had only appeared in legends. The god of war only knew about a space artifact that could pass through 2 great worlds in legends. One could imagine how low the possibility of Lord Arthur obtaining it was. The thing that the god of war didn't want to believe the most was that Lord Arthur had the space ability to pass through 2 great worlds. It was an extremely rare mutated space ability. If Lord Arthur had this mutated space ability, he could almost be at the level of being able to attack, retreat, and defend. It would be much more difficult to truly kill Lord Arthur. David returned to the great world of God. He faintly sensed that the great world of God's rules were spying on him again. He knew that this was probably the work of the god of war. Chapter 1182. Although David knew this, he couldn't do anything to the god of war. The god of war had a treasure that could track his aura. This was something he had known for a long time. Otherwise, how could the god of war have come and accurately pinpoint his location as soon as he returned to the great world of God? As David thought about this, he summoned the Black Dragon Alexis from the artifact space card. With the Black Dragon Alexis around, his safety was guaranteed. The god of war probably wouldn't find trouble with him unless he had the confidence to deal with the 3 god-level fighters. David didn't believe that the god of war could defeat the 3 god-level fighters the next time they met. He didn't know about Alexis's situation, but the Titan gold-armored Emperor clone and the Blade Mantis Emperor clone's god of war talent ability had been improving very quickly. The avatars of the golden-armored Titan Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor, who were currently cultivating, were sorting out their gains from the divinity war while cultivating. Every time David's mind entered, he could feel the obvious improvement in the fighting skills of the Titan Golden Emperor and Blade Mantis Emperor. With the speed at which the Titan Gold-Armored Emperors and the Blade Mantis Emperor's clones were improving, the next time they met, their strength would be much stronger than this time. David also knew that after reaching the god level, it wasn't easy to improve in a short period of time. This was especially true for a dominator like the god of war. It was extremely difficult for him to improve even a little bit. David was very unhappy with the feeling of his aura being constantly tracked. He tried to take out the divine artifact, Stalker's Crown, and put it on his head. Almost immediately, the feeling of being constantly tracked decreased by a lot, leaving only a very subtle feeling of being spied on. The god of war was also observing the aura-locking talisman. Suddenly, the aura-locking talisman dimmed, and the information transmitted was vague and intermittent. This made it impossible for the god of war to track Lord Arthur's exact location. However, the aura-locking charm could still confirm whether Lord Arthur was in the great world of God or not. It could also analyze which star system he was in. Damn it, it's the Stalker's Crown that was placed in the shrine's treasury. Guy actually carried the Stalker's Crown with him. The god of war thought for a moment and guessed why Lord Arthur wasn't tracked by the aura-locking charm. Archbishop Guy was in charge of the shrines of war, so he could borrow the Stalker's Crown from the treasury as long as it was returned. Who would have thought that Archbishop Guy, the Archbishop of the Shrines of War, would fall in the hands of Lord Arthur and let the Stalker's Crown fall into Lord Arthur's hands? The god of war quickly calmed down because Lord Arthur had lost too many things. Even if the Stalker's Crown was in Lord Arthur's hands, he would take Lord Arthur down sooner or later, and all the treasures in Lord Arthur's hands would be his. David was very satisfied with the Stalker's Crown. He used his talent ability to break space to come to the sky of planet Gamma and summoned the space destruction shrines from the small world of his soul space. The space destruction shrines had been affected by David's power of faith during this period of time, and its appearance had changed drastically. The relief carvings praising the god of war on the surface of the space destruction shrines had all disappeared and were replaced with new relief carvings. The relief carvings showed the record of the creation of the small world of the soul space. From the day the soul space and the small world merged, the small world of the soul space absorbed soul energy and increased. The phantom human appeared, the world tree took root, the gods mined the space stone for the small world grew into a real world, the first archbishop appeared, and the first shrines were built. Of course, for those who didn't know about the small world of the soul space, they would only think that it was the content of a legend. The appearance of the space destruction shrines in the great world of God didn't cause any abnormal reactions. David had made some preparations for this, but they didn't come in handy. However, thinking about the great world of God, many evil gods had shrines hidden in various places of the great world of God. It was understandable. Leaving the space destruction shrines in the great world of God was actually a kind of consumption. In the great world of God there were no actual believers of David. Although some knights' extreme worship of Lord Arthur could produce faith, it didn't mean that they were believers. They were still some distance away from being believers, let alone producing power of faith for the shrines. The power of faith produced by extreme worship would directly affect David's body. Now David didn't care about this power of faith. Compared to the power of faith provided by the 4,000-century-old ascetics, the power of faith produced by extreme worship was too little. The space destruction shrines were now consuming the power of faith provided by the 4,000-century-old ascetics, but David had to be careful when using it. Many of the runes in the space destruction shrines were designed and made by the rich god of war. The power of faith consumed was terrifying, and the power of faith provided by the 4,000-century-old ascetics was a lot less. In the end, David's foundation was still too weak. For example, the god of war had accumulated the power of faith for tens of thousands of years. Even if he didn't mention this accumulation, just the real-time power of faith from 1/5 of the followers of the god's macro world was already a huge amount of power of faith. David controlled the runes of the retribution theurgy with his mind, and a large amount of power of faith surged in. Luckily, he didn't want to cast a large-scale retribution theurgy, so the power of faith used was a little less. Even so, he felt a little heartache. 1/10 of the power of faith accumulated in the small world of Abel's soul was directly used up. It was the first time David personally experienced the feeling of becoming a god through faith. No matter when, the power of faith was never enough. He felt a little funny. As a god who could perfectly use the power of faith to become a god, the amount of power of faith he received was often not enough. However, the god-level insectoids who had the king's inheritance rune in the bug world had so much power of faith that they could use it at will. It seemed like the rules of the big world had some kind of restriction in this area, and it wouldn't allow a race to have too much talent. Although the god-level insectoids had the king's inheritance rune, they were limited in their understanding of the rules. In addition to the difference in intelligence, the god-level insectoids were very crude in their use of faith. The retribution theurgy rune circle emitted a white light, and 1/10 of the power of faith from the small world of Abel's soul was injected into the rune. With David's mind guidance, a huge retribution theurgy rune appeared outside of the space destruction shrines. The retribution theurgy rune circle consumed a lot less power of faith, and it only needed a little power of faith to keep the rune circle running. David controlled the retribution theurgy rune to get close to the ground of planet Gamma. After the retribution theurgy was cast, the pollution in the soil automatically flew out of the soil and entered the retribution theurgy rune. This was the way he found to solve the problem of planet Gamma. Although he also learned the retribution theurgy, the one he cast was very different from the one cast by the space destruction shrines. If David cast the retribution theurgy at full power, it could cover the area of his mind. A radius of 1,000 kilometers was not small, but in fact, fixing the pollution of the retribution theurgy was completely different from casting the retribution theurgy. David needed to keep the retribution theurgy rune at all times and travel across the 6 continents of planet Gamma. The effect of the retribution theurgy cast by the space destruction shrines could be guessed just by looking at the amount of power of faith it absorbed. As long as the space destruction shrines kept flying around planet Gamma, the pollution problem of planet Gamma could be solved. The flight of the outer space temple of destruction was very easy. It was powered by the power of faith, and its effect was countless times stronger than the runes on the galactic flying ship. David could sense the soil on planet Gamma's surface with his mind. It was recovering to its previous state. It was a pity that the destroyed plants could not be revived. Even the rivers and lakes had to be rebuilt, but this was not a big problem. As long as the pollution problem was solved, the AI system could take care of the rest. The space destruction shrines returned to the starting point, which was also the area of the planet-level portal. David flew out of the space destruction shrines and grabbed a handful of soil on the ground. He used his hand to sense the situation of the soil. He was very happy that planet Gamma could be restored. He kept taking out all the factory equipment from the dimension pendant. The Cube Super AI system was doing research, but the original backup AI system could also be used. The robot factory began to operate. A new batch of robots appeared on planet Gamma and began the work of rebuilding planet Gamma. David found the original location of the castle and activated his talent ability, underground sneaking. Huge rocks rose from the ground and became the foundation of the castle. He settled his castle and Annabel's castle down there. Once again, he returned to his own castle. This castle was built by himself. It was his home in the great world of God. "It feels good to be home," David said softly. David sat down on the expensive chair on the castle platform. He had a glass of spirit red wine in his hand. He took a sip gently. At this time, he felt lonely. He could not help but miss Emma in the Interstellar Federation. Unfortunately, even if he was a demigod and had the black dragon Alexis and 2 god-level bug clones, he still did not have the ability to do whatever he wanted. If he brought Emma to the great world of God, David did not even have the confidence to protect Emma. This was because David's enemies were all gods. From the evil god of death, to the god-level bug of the bug world, to the god of war, one of the 5 masters of the great world of God. Even if he exposed the fact that he had 3 god-level entities, it was possible that he would become the enemy of the other 4 shrines and be hunted down by them. Therefore, the seemingly safe planet Gamma was just like before. It was only temporary. It could be destroyed by powerful gods at any time. David did not recall Legend Annabelle. At least, before he received feedback from the 4 shrines, he would not recall Legend Annabelle. After calming down, he took out his Lord-level communication circle. He set up the circle with his mind, and then a message was sent everywhere. "I, Arthur Luce, am back. Planet Gamma has begun to rebuild." At the same time, all the members of the Supreme Council and the archbishops of the 5 shrines received this message. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. A few seconds after David sent this message, his Lord-level communication circle kept receiving messages. There were even applications for the planet-level portal. This planet-level portal was rebuilt by the Shrines of War. The original planet-level portal of Planet Gamma was put away by him. However, the authority inside the planet-level portal was all replaced by David's own. This planet-level portal was no different from his own. It was Chairman Gould and Legend Annabelle who applied for the teleportation. David agreed to Chairman Gould's application. At the same time, he sent a message to Legend Annabelle separately, asking her to continue to stay in Planet Gamma for a while. Chairman Gould's figure appeared in front of the planet-level portal. He looked around with shock in his eyes. Although he had heard about the destruction of Planet Gamma from various intelligence reports, he was still extremely surprised to see the scene in front of him. The ground was as if it had been plowed, and there were no plants. In Chairman Gould's memory, Planet Gamma was full of green. "Arthur, what was the result of the divine war?" Chairman Gould's first sentence when he saw David was not a greeting, but a question. The friendship between him and David had been tempered many times and had long been extremely deep. Aristocrats rarely called each other by their names. They would only call each other by their names in front of their closest friends. Currently, the biggest question in the great world of God was the outcome of the divine war between the 3 god-level powerhouses and the god of war. The god of war's name was War. Fighting was his forte. Whether it was in legends or records in history books, the god of war had never been defeated. Many aristocrats speculated that the god of war had won, but Lord Arthur's public announcement changed the result of their speculation. "The god of war is very powerful. It's a draw." David did not hide it and said helplessly. Chairman Gould let out a long breath, and his face was filled with excitement. Chairman Gould also felt that it was normal for David to dare to call the god of war by his name. Although he did not ask David about the relationship between the 3 god-level powerhouses and David, after hearing David's answer, the answer to that question did not need to be asked anymore. His good friend David had the ability to challenge the god of war and draw with him. No matter how the god-level powerhouses were invited, it was David's ability to be able to invite the god-level powerhouses. Chairman Gould's constant pressure to deal with the god of war was completely removed. The god of war was not an undefeatable existence. Chapter 1183. The God of Justice sat on his throne, and in front of him were spots of light. These were the information about Lord Arthur that the Shrines of Justice had collected. Even the history of Lord Arthur in the Interstellar Federation was recorded, and most of Lord Arthur's experiences were recorded. The battle between the God of War and the three God-level gods had already alerted the four gods, including the God of Justice. However, the God of War didn't ask for help, so the four gods didn't go. One of the reasons was because the four gods believed in the God of War. As an ally, they had a deep understanding of the God of War and knew how powerful the God of War was. Although the God of War was a god who had become a god through faith, his close combat abilities were not something that the three ordinary gods could withstand. However, the battle was out of the God of Justice's expectations. The God of War and the three gods didn't win. The aura-locking talisman came from the God of Justice. He knew the whole story, and he was very clear about the reason why the God of War left the small world. The God of War must have been chasing after Lord Arthur, and the three gods were the helpers that Lord Arthur invited. From the information, the Shrines of War had ended all operations against Lord Arthur, including collecting information, bribing spies, and other conventional and unconventional methods. The God of Justice knew the God of War very well. This was because the God of War and Lord Arthur had reached an agreement. That was why the Shrines of War did this. One had to know that the hatred between the Shrines of War and Lord Arthur was very deep. The three shrines had either directly or indirectly fallen in the hands of Lord Arthur. In addition, a large number of Level 5 Shrines of War had also fallen in the hands of Lord Arthur. If it wasn't for the order of the God of War, the newly appointed Shrines of War wouldn't have dared to make such a decision. Archbishop McIntyre had always been unyielding. Once he issued an order that exceeded what most people in the War Temple could accept, the consequences would be unbearable. Now, the God of Justice needed to consider how the Shrines of Justice should handle their relationship with Lord Arthur. This was no longer a small matter. No matter what method Lord Arthur used, the fact that the three god ranks had come to the great world of God for him meant that he had the ability to mobilize the three god rank. The God of Justice had no choice but to pay attention to this matter. After all, these were three god ranks who could fight the God of War to a standstill. Being an enemy of Lord Arthur was equivalent to being an enemy of three god-level beings. If these three god-level beings were the evil gods of the great world of God, the God of Justice could summon a few gods to join forces. However, the three god-level beings left the great world of God after the end of the War of Gods. This meant that the three god-level beings were not from the great world of God. Now that the evil gods were ready to make a move, many strange phenomena in the great world of God indicated that the evil gods were awakening. At this point in time, being an enemy of three powerful god-level beings was forcing the three god-level beings to side with the evil god. Of course, the most important thing was that the three god-level beings were not from the great world of God. As long as they didn't appear in the great world of God, the God of Justice and the other gods wouldn't want to be enemies with them. Tolerating Lord Arthur could avoid a direct confrontation with the three powerful god-level beings, and they could also focus on dealing with the evil gods. The God of Justice quickly made a choice. Gods were extremely wise. They wouldn't do things that weren't worth it. Another important piece of information was that it was clear that Lord Arthur had no followers in the great world of God. This was very important. Once Lord Arthur had followers in the great world of God, it would be a conflict of principles with the five shrines. This involved a battle of belief. In that case, it was reasonable for the five shrines to join forces and kill Lord Arthur. In the great world of God, there could only be 5 types of belief. Even if there were more gods, they could only be subordinate to these 5 types of belief. The God of Justice wanted to tolerate Lord Arthur because Lord Arthur had no followers in the great world of God. Without the battle of beliefs, Lord Arthur's influence was strong enough, so it was normal for him to receive some preferential treatment. As for Lord Arthur's current demigod strength, in the eyes of the god of justice, Lord Arthur's talent in cultivation was absolutely unparalleled. However, to become a god with no foundation of belief, the speed of becoming a god would take at least 10 million years. With this time, the 5 shrines would have already solved the problem of the evil gods awakening. They would have the ability to deal with Lord Arthur. Archbishop Julian, send a congratulatory gift to Arthur Luce for his promotion to demigod. The god of justices will landed in the statue of the shrines of justice and sent a message to Archbishop Julian. When Archbishop Julian received the message, he was extremely surprised. The god of justice's intention was very clear. He intended to befriend Lord Arthur and acknowledge Lord Arthur's demigod identity. In the history of the great world of God, no demigod had received such treatment. Because those demigods were cultivated by the 5 shrines, they were equivalent to the 5 shrines' weapons. How could the 5 shrines express goodwill to their own weapons? This was only the god of justice's attitude. The god of wealth, the god of earth, and the god of knowledge all adopted the same attitude. The shrines were too familiar with each other, so there was no need for discussion. Speaker Gould stayed on planet Gammy for an afternoon. He wanted to stay on planet Gammy to have a meal together. He had not eaten Lord Arthur's food for half a year. Of course, Speaker Gould was not useless on planet Gammy. In a short time, he helped David contact many stable mineral supply channels. Rebuilding planet Gammy required a lot of materials. David had the technology of the Interstellar Federation, so he did not need ready-made materials. He only needed the most primitive ore. After the consumption of planet Gammy and the huge underground space of the Zerg world, David did not have many materials in storage. He needed a lot of replenishment. In fact, this was also because of Speaker Gould's active help. David had his own business, so the materials needed could be handled by Butler Dickens. However, Speaker Gould was willing to help, so the speed of materials purchase was much faster. Butler Dickens contacted people of similar status, so there was still a process of negotiation. Speaker Gould only needed to greet him, and the material suppliers could even send the materials over first. "Arthur, can we eat now?" Speaker Gould looked at the sky and asked. "It's ready." David smiled and made an inviting gesture. Long before this, David had summoned the Knight of the Holy Temple, the legendary Knight of Anton, and let the legendary Knight of Anton handle the corresponding affairs. The two entered the restaurant and sat down. The legendary Knight of Anton served 2 servings of fruit salad to them. Speaker Gould looked at the fruit salad and felt a sense of luxury. Yes, as the Speaker of the Supreme Council and a top aristocrat, Speaker Gould also felt the luxury of the fruit salad in front of him. It was because the fruit salad was all made of fey fruit. Although he had even drunk fey red wine before, it could only be used during important moments of cultivation. Although fey fruits were not as good as fey red wine, they would only be eaten during cultivation. It would be extremely wasteful to eat them as fruit. "Arthur, this is a bit too extravagant." Given the friendship between Speaker Gould and David, he said whatever he wanted to. "You don't have to save on fey fruits for me, I have a stable supply," David said with a wave of his hand. Hearing this, Speaker Gould did not ask any more questions, and instead began to eat. The fey fruits turned into a gentle energy that nourished his body, but he still felt that it was too wasteful. If he could immediately cultivate now, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits even though he was in the legendary realm. Clearly, the quality of the fey fruits this time was far better than the 100 fey fruits that were given to him previously. "I obtained a space fragment that produces fey fruit. After some research, the production of fey fruits has increased a little." David explained the excuse that he had long prepared. David was not lying. The first fey fruits were produced in the space of the space fragment in the artifact space card. However, he did not mention the spirit race. Without the spirit race, given the conditions of the space fragment, it would be impossible for spiritual plants to be born. You don't have to explain such things to me. This space fragment is. Speaker Gould paused, pointed to the sky, and continued, they will covet it too. I still don't know their attitude. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to leave for a while, David said in a deep voice. He knew who Speaker Gould was referring to. It's my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned them. Speaker Gould picked up a glass of red wine and drank it in one gulp. Afterward, Speaker Gould's expression changed. He activated the dawn training method without hesitation and absorbed the energy contained in the red wine. The red wine on the side did not attract Speaker Gould's attention because he did not feel anything special about it. In fact, this red wine was very special. It was made from the fey grapes produced in David's small world in the soul space, and it was not made by David himself. As the spirit race stabilized in the small world in the soul space, they grew more and more spiritual plant. Naturally, they produced more wine. David left the matter of brewing the red wine to the spirit race. After he passed on the process and the steps, the spirit race was left to experiment with it. Perhaps because the spirit race was naturally sensitive to fays, it did not take long for them to produce the current fey wine. This fey wine also became David's daily training resource. The fey wine brewed by the spirit race was not as ostentatious as the fey wine brewed by David. All the energy contained in it was hidden. If one did not sense it carefully, they would not be able to discover the uniqueness of the fey wine. David was already a demigod. This super fey wine could play a great role in the training of demigod. However, it was too much for Speaker Gould, who was only at the legendary stage. David did not expect this result, but in front of him, Speaker Gould would not have any problems. After a long time, Speaker Gould slowly opened his eyes. Speaker Gould looked at the empty glass and asked in disbelief, "What kind of red wine is this? I almost could not withstand the surge of energy." At this time, he did not have the slightest intention of drinking another glass. On the one hand, he really did not have the energy to absorb any more energy. On the other hand, this kind of red wine must be extremely precious. David introduced with a smile, "This is the super fey red wine. The production is a little low, but it is currently used for my training. I'll take it out for you to taste." Speaker Gould said reluctantly, "It's a waste for me to drink it. I feel that this super fey red wine can provide me with considerable help even when I become a demigod." To be honest, if he had known that the super fey red wine was so rich in energy, he would not have drunk it at this time. If he drank it when he became a demigod, his chances of becoming a demigod would increase significantly. Of course, Speaker Gould was still too far away from becoming a demigod. He had not even formed his own rules. David said casually, "When you become a demigod, I'll prepare it for you." At present, he could not supply the super fey red wine to others. On the one hand, the super fey red wine contained too much energy and was not suitable for legendaries. On the other hand, he was using the super fey red wine in large quantities. The premise was that the resources he gave out would not affect his own training progress. In the following dishes, all the vegetables were fey. However, Speaker Gould rarely touched the meat dishes that he liked. Even the meat dishes cooked by David, who was far beyond the level of a cooking grandmaster, were not as attractive to Speaker Gould as the fey vegetables. Just as dinner was about to end, David's Lord-level communication circle sent a message. He scanned the Lord-level communication circle with his spirit and had a strange smile on his face. Speaker Gould saw that David had placed the Lord-level communication circle on the table and could not help but be curious. In this situation, it should be a preparation for long-range teleportation of small items. The Lord-level communication circle had a built-in small item teleportation circle, which could only be activated if there was a planet-level teleportation gate nearby. David naturally received messages from the earth shrines, justice shrines, wealth shrines, and knowledge shrines. In the messages, they congratulated David on becoming a demigod and sent congratulatory gifts on behalf of their respective shrines. They requested to activate the small item teleportation circle. David naturally would not refuse the goodwill of the 4 shrines. He activated the small item teleportation circle and agreed to the request of the 4 shrines. Then, in the Lord-level communication circle, a white light flashed continuously. Then, 4 exquisite wooden boxes engraved with the sacred patterns of the 4 shrines appeared on the table. Speaker Gould knew that the 4 shrines were expressing their respective attitude. It could be seen that the 4 shrines did not have any ill intentions. David's prediction that he would have to leave the great world of God again to avoid being hunted down by the shrines did not happen. It seems that the 4 shrines do not want to become enemies with you, Speaker Gould said with a sigh. Chapter 1184. David smiled. He knew very well that if he had shown a weaker combat power, he would have been easily crushed by any of the shrines. The 4 shrines would have definitely crushed him to death. The reason why David immediately sent the 2 God-tier Zerg clones back to the Zerg world after the battle with the Shrines of War and had the Black Dragon Alexis shrink to the size of a kitten to hide its divine power was to show that his God-tier helpers did not exist in the great world of God. However, even with such a show, he still had to wait for the 4 shrines to make a decision. It did not feel good to put his fate in the hands of others. Although the 4 shrines had shown their support, this was far from a long-term solution. Everything depended on his own strength. David opened one of the wooden boxes and saw 3 perfect-grade kryptonite in it. He was not very happy. This gift was neither light nor heavy for a demigod. The perfect-grade kryptonite was one of the rarest resources in the great world of God. It was also the most widely used resource. Most of the production was controlled by the shrines. Only a small amount of perfect-grade kryptonite produced would be distributed by the Supreme Council. David opened the other 3 wooden boxes, all of which contained the same 3 perfect-grade kryptonite. The shrines were surprisingly consistent in this aspect. He entered the thank you content on the Lord-level communication portal and sent it to the archbishops of the 4 shrines. Seems like I can continue to rebuild Planet Gammy, David said with a smile after doing this. After the meal, David sent Speaker Gould out of the castle. Speaker Gould found that there was light outside the castle. Speaker Gould looked up at the sky and saw a beam of white light shooting towards the castle from a very high place, illuminating the castle and the nearby planet-level portal. Standing in the middle of the light, Speaker Gould felt a warm sensation all over his body, as if a priest was casting a blessing spell. The blessing spell was a low-level theurgy. Its function was to increase the physical and spiritual resistance of the subject so that the subject could avoid curses and hypnotic attack. Although Speaker Gould felt that the light was like a blessing spell, he did not believe that it was a blessing spell. He had never heard of anyone using a blessing spell as a light source. There were simpler lighting theurgies that consumed less energy and were more economical. Besides, using a blessing spell as a light source was a blasphemy to the god. Arthur, what is that? Speaker Gould asked David curiously. How could Speaker Gould not be curious? The more he sensed it, the more certain he was that the white light was a blessing spell. How many priests would it take to cast a blessing spell that covered such a large area? That's my trophy, David replied with a smile. Can we go and take a look? Speaker Gould could not suppress his curiosity. Of course, it was also because of his relationship with David that he made such a request. Okay, let's go and take a look. David hesitated for a moment and agreed. David and Speaker Gould rose into the air and flew towards the sky. The space destruction shrines were high up in the sky. During the day, they were protected by the rune circle. From the ground, they could only see a cloud. David left the space temple of destruction. here, for the safety of Gammy Star. With the power of the Space Temple of Destruction and the recovery of Gammy Star's defense system, the next time the enemy invades, they will suffer a stronger counterattack. At night, the Space Destruction Shrines provided illumination below. This was also a normal situation. David lived alone on Gammy Star, so the Space Destruction Shrines provided illumination very conveniently. Since the outer Space Temple of Destruction was built to serve the war, there were no living divine runes inside it. For example, there were no illumination divine runes. The blessing spell had the longest effect and consumed relatively little faith power. It was suitable for the role of illumination, so David chose the blessing spell to serve as illumination. As for blasphemy, the god named Destruction was himself, so it was not blasphemy to serve him. Speaker Gould saw the huge shrines. He did not recognize the source of the shrines for a moment, but he soon remembered the information from the war shrines. According to the information, Lord Arthur attacked the Space War Shrines, causing the death of thousands of ascetics and the disappearance of the Space War Shrines. Now it seemed that the Space War Shrines were used by Lord Arthur. However, Speaker Gould looked at the outer wall of the Space Destruction Shrines and hesitated. "Gould, if you have something to say, just say it." David understood Speaker Gould's intention and said with a smile, "Arthur, you don't believe in any gods, do you?" Speaker Gould asked carefully. Speaker Gould was worried that David would choose to believe in a god that could provide great power because he wanted to increase his strength quickly. This kind of thing had happened too many times in the history of the great world of God. The evil gods always tempted humans with various benefits. Once tempted, they could gain some benefits in the short term, but in the long term, it was a great danger. The consequence of believing in an evil god was to be on the opposite side of the 5 shrines. Although the 5 shrines had chosen to maintain a relationship with David, if they knew that he believed in an evil god, they would definitely join forces to encircle and suppress him. "No, I cultivated to the strength of a demigod by myself. Who could be worthy of my belief?" David laughed and shook his head. His words were full of pride and made Speaker Gould feel relieved. Speaker Gould actually wanted to ask how the Space Destruction Shrines worked, but he thought that it might involve some of David's secrets, so he just thought about it and did not ask. When he saw the relief sculpture outside the Space Destruction Shrines, Speaker Gould guessed that it was a god that had never appeared before. According to the content of the relief sculpture, it was a great god who opened up the great world and was the god of creation. It was definitely not a god of the great world of God. Speaker Gould did not have to worry about anything because even if David believed in a god that was not the great world of God, it had nothing to do with the shrines. The shrines could not identify the gods of other worlds as evil, let alone their believers. More importantly, this god was the god of creation. This kind of god was very special. In his great world, the god of creation was omnipotent. Destruction and rebirth were just a matter of a snap of his fingers. Speaker Gould thought to himself. He only looked around the Space Destruction Shrines and did not ask to enter the shrines. The shrines were an area that only believers could enter. Speaker Gould was already giving face by looking around outside. "Arthur, I know you can invite the gods of other worlds, but I hope you won't let the gods of other worlds invade the great world of God," Speaker Gould said solemnly to David before he left. "The great world of God is also my hometown. I won't let the gods of other worlds invade." David promised with certainty. Speaker Gould left Gammy Star with a smile. The only worry in his heart was eliminated. He trusted David very much. David would not lie to him. After David sent Speaker Gould away, he looked at the Space Destruction Shrines in the sky. Just as Speaker Gould was worried, the transporter of the Space Destruction Shrines would easily suspect that other gods were involved. With a thought, the statue in the main hall of the Space Temple of Destruction flashed, and an opaque silver energy shield rose outside the Space Temple of Destruction. The silver energy shield reflected the surrounding light, and the huge space destruction shrines strangely disappeared into thin air. This was optical invisibility. It was not an ability of the space destruction shrines, but an optical invisibility system from the Interstellar Federation installed in the shrines by David. He was now the deputy commander of the Federal High Command in the Interstellar Federation. He was a big shot in the military. It was not difficult for him to obtain such a military-grade optical invisibility system. He could even flip through the technology at will. Legend Annabelle, you can come back. David thought of Legend Annabelle again. He did not let her come back before because he was worried about the attitude of the 4 shrines. Now that the 4 shrines had expressed their attitude, there was no danger, and he could call back Legend Annabelle. With Legend Annabelle around, the reconstruction of Planet Gammy did not need to be done by David himself. Someone had to be in charge of receiving the materials that Speaker Gould had requested. Less than 10 minutes after the message was sent, Legend Annabelle returned to Planet Gammy through the planet-level portal. After seeing that her castle was safe and sound, a smile appeared on her face. Perhaps not many people understood Legend Annabelle's feelings for Planet Gammy. This was her real home. After leaving the War Shrines and losing the War Shrines, this castle that was built for her became her home. Legend Annabelle did not meet Lord Arthur, and she was used to this way of getting along. Lord Arthur's training was extremely crazy. Even if Legend Annabelle lived in Planet Gammy for a long time, she rarely met Lord Arthur. Walking into her castle, she saw a space ring on the table in the hall. Legend Annabelle picked up the space ring and scanned it with her spirit. She found that it was full of spirit fruit. She knew that this was the training resource that Lord Arthur gave her. Legend Annabelle was grateful, and she also took over the external work of Planet Gammy. She was very familiar with this work. It seemed that everything had returned to the past, and there was no conflict between the great world of God. Only a few nobles would talk about the fall of the 3 shrines of war. As for the battle between the god of war and the 3 gods, it was only spread among a few top nobles. Planet Lytton, a planet that originally belonged to the Lytton family. It was later given to David by the Lytton family's Knights Templar of Avid as an apology. This planet had always been managed by Butler Dickens. Planet Lytton had a perfect management system, and Butler Dickens only needed to be responsible for checking the account. As for whether these managers that originally belonged to the Lytton family would do anything to harm Lord Arthur, Butler Dickens was not worried at all. As long as the Lytton family was not crazy, they would not take the initiative to provoke Lord Arthur, let alone these managers that now belonged to the Luce family. Planet Lytton had a large island called Taiji Island, which was the cultivation base of alchemy crops. Because several alchemy crops required a lot of manual management, there were 1 million farmers living on Taiji Island. Most of the cities on Taiji Island had been evacuated long ago, and there were no nobles left. Currently, only Butler Dickens was in charge of managing the island. Not to mention Tygett Island, even the entire Lytton planet was originally a private planet of the Lytton family. The nobles who lived on Tygett Island were all related to the Lytton family. Some of them were branch family members, and some of them were nobles who relied on the Lytton family. After Planet Lytton changed owners, these nobles naturally moved away. The only things they could take with them were their personal belongings. They did not even dare to take the decorations in the castle with them. David's rise was too fast. It was so fast that he did not even have time to accept the allegiance of the lower nobles. He had already become a top noble with a large territory. For a long time after that, David was either busy with his training or training. He did not care about the affairs of the planet. This made it impossible for the lower nobles to rely on him. This also resulted in an extreme lack of nobles in David's territory. Of course, Lytton's situation was better. There was already a perfect management system here. As long as the manager gave the order, there would be rules and regulations, and everything would be done according to the rules. Without nobles there would be no night. This was not a big deal. In Lord Arthur's territory, no one dared to have any ideas. Tonight, dark clouds covered the entire island of Taiji. This kind of large-scale dark clouds was very rare in this season. Many old farmers looked at the sky, puzzled by the abnormality of the day. In the dark clouds, small electric arcs were produced. Then, the electric arcs flickered in the dark clouds, triggering more electric arcs. Like a chain reaction, a large number of electric arcs appeared in the dark clouds. In the dark night, the dark clouds in the sky showed a strange light. The animals on Taiji Island were the first to notice that something was wrong. One by one, they crawled on the ground, as if they wanted to merge with the soil. The electric arcs accumulated in the dark clouds finally reached their limit. Bolts of lightning fell from the dark clouds and struck Taiji Island below. The houses made of stone were very sturdy. Even if they lived there for 100 years, they would not be affected. However, after a bolt of lightning struck, the houses exploded into pieces as if they had been detonated. The families of the farmers in the houses were burned black by the lightning. After their souls left their bodies, they were attracted by an unknown force. This was only one of many places. Countless bolts of lightning fell, and almost all the houses on Taiji Island were attacked. Millions of farmers died, and their souls disappeared mysteriously. Chapter 1185. There were only ordinary people left in the city. Their lives hadn't changed much because of the departure of the nobles. There were some differences between the city and the houses outside of the city. The city had a complete lightning-attracting facility. Taijev was an island. Every summer, thunderstorms would last for a period of time. The simplest metal lightning-attracting device wasn't complicated, and there were many of them installed in the city. This time, the city was successfully protected, but every resident in the city knew that something was wrong. Because the lightning was so intense that some residents even saw the lightning-attracting metal deforming. As soon as the lightning-attracting metal stopped working, the entire city would be destroyed by the lightning. "What's the situation?" Steward Dixon asked in a low voice as he saw the assistant steward jogging in. "Steward Dixon, with the power of this thunderstorm, the lightning-attracting metal in the city will be completely destroyed in a few minutes at most." The assistant steward replied with a pale face. "Looks like there's no need to talk about the situation outside the city," Steward Dixon said with a heavy face. If the city with the lightning-attracting metal was in such a state, the situation outside the city would only be worse. Steward Dixon was even very confident that the residents outside the city had already died. Steward Dixon turned back to the room. He opened a secret door and walked in. Behind the secret door was a complete set of communication circles. Steward Dixon knew that he had to send out a message as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance. After receiving Steward Dixon's warning, Steward Dixon immediately ordered a group of 6 Level 4 Sky Knights to investigate. These 6 Level 4 Sky Knights were all Sky Knights that David had resurrected. A total of 40 Level 4 Sky Knights were under Steward Dixon's management, forming the basic fighting force of the Luce family. Under normal circumstances, a Level 4 Sky Knight was already extremely powerful. In the great world of God, even the top nobles wouldn't casually send out a Level 5 Temple Knight. The 6 Level 4 Sky Knights summoned their flying mounts from the planetary level portal in the main city of Lytton and flew directly to Taijev. The whole process took 30 minutes, and this was the result of flying at full speed. It wasn't that Taiji Island didn't have a teleportation gate, but the single teleportation gate there was severely disrupted. It was impossible to use normal teleportation. When the 6 Level 4 Sky Knight flew near the island of Taijev, what they saw was a boundless sea of lightning. The entire island of Taiji had turned into a sea of lightning, from the sky to the ground. A level 4 Sky Knight was just about to send a message through the communication circle when a lightning snake rushed out from the boundless sea of lightning. Lightning's speed was the fastest among all the attacks except for space. The 6th level 4 Sky Knight sensed the danger, but it was already too late to dodge. The thick electric snake tore through the defensive formation of the 6th Sky Knight, and then engulfed the 6th level 4 Sky Knight. The level 4 Sky Knight's level 4 Knight armor couldn't withstand the impact of the lightning, and his HP instantly disappeared. A force pulled out the souls of the 6th level 4 Sky Knight's corpses, but the souls that were pulled out were very strange, because it was a collection of patterns that flickered with a faint white light. And as the souls of the 6th level 4 Sky Knight's strange souls left their bodies, the strange souls instantly exploded. Even if the force used a secret technique to calm the souls, it was useless. Just as the souls of the 6th level 4 Sky Knight's souls were destroyed, David, who was far away on planet Gamma, suddenly opened his eyes. The 6th level 4 Sky Knights were resurrected by David, and he used the enchanting pattern of mind sleep to replace the souls of the level 4 Sky Knight's souls. These level 4 Sky Knights didn't have much ability to think independently, but their combat ability relied on their body's instincts, and they were almost as strong as before they were resurrected. In addition, due to the large number of resurrected level 4 Sky Knights' souls being connected, the level 4 Sky Knight's combat ability was continuously increased. And once a level 4 Sky Knight died, the enchanting pattern connected to David would disappear, and it would have an impact on David's soul. Of course, with David's current strength, this impact was close to nothing, but as long as there was an impact, he would know that his level 4 Sky Knight had died. David's mind moved slightly. 6 level 4 Sky Knight dying at the same time, this was already abnormal. One had to know that under normal circumstances, 6 level 4 Sky Knights were considered strong in the great world of God. Although there were many level 5 experts in the great world of God, when they were spread out in the vast great world of God, they were just a drop in the ocean. In the great world of God, a battle formation formed by a Sky Knight that could kill 6 level 4 Knight at the same time was rare even among level 5 experts. David was confident that level 5 experts dared to make a move against his level 4 Sky Knight, but it was still extremely rare. Butler Dickens, did you send 6 Sky Knight out on a mission? David contacted Butler Dickens through the Lord communication circle and asked. Yes, Sir Lord. There was an abnormal lightning storm on Lydon's planet Tigi Island. After the first warning, the connection was cut off, and the single-person teleportation gate there couldn't be used. I sent 6 level 4 Sky Knight to investigate, but there has been no news yet. Butler Dickens didn't know how Lord Arthur knew about this matter, so he recounted the incident. You don't have to get involved in this matter anymore. The 6 Sky Knight have already fallen. I will go and investigate, David said in a deep voice. Butler Dickens was shocked. On Lydon's planet, there was actually a strong expert who dared to kill the Knight of the Loose family. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. This was the first time someone dared to directly challenge Lord Arthur's authority. It was normal for Lord Arthur to personally take action. At the same time, Butler Dickens also understood that the murderer who could kill 6 level 4 Sky Knight wasn't someone his subordinates could deal with. He also felt heartache for the loss this time. The loss of 6 level 4 Sky Knight greatly reduced the battle strength of his subordinate. These level 4 Sky Knights weren't ordinary Sky Knight. Their cooperation was almost flawless. In addition to their incomparable loyalty, they never did anything else. They were like a group of legendary ascetics. David decided to go himself and didn't send any other battle strength. He actually had a lot of battle strength at his disposal. For example, he had a lot of legendary knights. In addition, he could also send the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. However, he didn't choose to do so. With his fierce reputation in the great world of God, Someone who dared to provoke him like this definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Although it wasn't publicly announced, in the circle of top nobles, there were quite a few who knew that Lord Arthur had won the battle with the God of War's descendant. Those who had the strength to kill 6 level 4 Sky Knight at the same time were also included in this circle. David even suspected that this was another trap arranged by the shrines, but it didn't seem like it. David had just maintained a relationship with the 5 shrines. Although it wasn't a good relationship, at least they weren't opposing each other. On the side of the shrines of war, the God of War couldn't change his attitude so quickly and set another trap against him. As for Archbishop McIntyre, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if he had a few guts. It was the same for the other 4 shrines. Without the orders of the gods, the archbishops wouldn't do such a thing in private. As for the gods going back on their words, it was even more impossible. At least the 5 gods wouldn't do such a thing. As the 5 rulers of the great world of God, they wouldn't do anything that would tarnish the name of the gods. Therefore, David was very curious about who wanted to deal with him. If it wasn't the 5 shrines, then at least he could be sure of one thing. That was, the person who acted didn't know that he had mobilized 3 god-level experts to fight the God of War. Or maybe this wasn't an action against him at all. He had this thought in his mind. David's figure flashed and appeared in front of the planet-level portal. The black dragon Alexis was resting on his shoulder, and the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, followed in his shadow. With such strength, as long as he didn't encounter the God of War, he was confident that he could fight. Even if he did encounter the God of War, the chance of escaping was still very high with the talent ability, Break Space. In a flash, he had already arrived at the planet-level portal of Leiden's star. Without alerting anyone else, he activated the talent ability, Break Space. When he reappeared, he was already next to Tyjev Island. The location of the talent ability, Break Space, was fixed at the location where the 6 resurrected level 4 Sky Knight fell. When he came out of the portal, he saw Tyjev Island, which was like a sea of thunder. The black dragon Alexis recovered from its rest and looked at Tyjev Island. It sniffed and reminded Abel, "Sir, be careful. I smell a very faint divine aura. So an evil god is causing trouble in my territory?" David's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. He didn't have the same reverence for gods as other people. He wasn't born in the great world of God, so he naturally lacked the fear of gods. Not to mention, he and his subordinates were already strong enough to face the powerful God of War. This aura is very familiar. Looking at the situation here, I think I know who this god is. It has something to do with the God of Storm, the Black Dragon Alexis said with certainty. The Black Dragon Alexis had dealt with the God of Storm a long time ago. Although it had been tens of thousands of years, it still recognized the aura of the God of Storm. "It doesn't matter if it's the God of Storm or his followers," David said in a deep voice. "They have to give me an explanation for doing such a thing in my territory." He flew towards Tyjev Island, ignoring the lightning storm. A few bolts of lightning had obviously noticed him and rushed towards him. However, before they could get close, they were pushed away by a repulsive force. David then activated the demigod-level lightning domain. With the lightning pattern as the foundation, his lightning domain had great control over lightning energy. With David as the center, the lightning domain spread out. Tyjev Island wasn't a small island, but David's spirit could cover a radius of 1,000 meters. The lightning domain quickly swept across that distance and covered the entire Tyjev Island. The lightning storm from the sky to the ground was instantly controlled by the lightning domain. David took control of the lightning storm by force. David also realized that the God of Storm wasn't here personally. Instead, it was the followers of the God of Storm who were performing the ritual. His spirit also discovered the altar in the center of Tyjev Island, as well as the 12 followers of the God of Storm who were wearing priest robes. What angered David the most was the statue on the altar. When he scanned it with his spirit, he sensed the wailing of countless souls inside the statue. These were the residents of Tyjev Island, his subjects. Yet, they were being sacrificed by the followers of an evil god. This was something he couldn't accept. Kulik's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the statue on the altar. His lord, his god, and his faith were about to awaken. The inheritance of the god of storm's faith wasn't going well, and it was barely holding on. The main reason for this was that the requirements to become a follower of the god of storm were very high. The spiritual talent required was much higher than that of the followers of other evil gods. After becoming a follower of the god of storm, one couldn't immediately receive the blessings of the god of storm. The followers had to first train in the basic spiritual training method and wait for the god of storm to accept them. Only then would the god of storm cast his blessings and let the followers receive lightning divine spells. This caused the strength of the followers to be polarized. Those who had received the blessings of the god of storm were extremely powerful, and their lightning divine spells were unimaginably powerful. On the other hand, the ordinary followers could even protect themselves. This time, the god of death had sent the agreement of the gods to awaken the god of storm. Bishop Kulik could only gather 12 followers, including himself. Only 2 of them had received the blessings of the god of storm. Therefore, the target they chose was very difficult. First, it had to have a large population. Second, it had to be isolated from the outside world. Third, there had to be no powerful knight. Although Bishop Kulik and the other follower, who had received the blessings of the god of storm, were strong, they couldn't kill all the knight in an area in a very short time. As long as a knight escaped, the knight would use the communication circle to warn them. Their choice required that the number of knight in the area should be as low as possible. Under this requirement, there were very few areas that met the requirement. After that, Bishop Kulik found the island of Tyjev. First of all, it had a population of over 1 million, so it definitely met the first requirement. Because it was an alchemy crop production base, it had almost no contact with the outside world. The second requirement was also met. The island of Tyjev didn't even have a knight. All the nobles evacuated from the island, and no new nobles entered, so there was no place for a knight to live. This was the best area for worship. With a population of over 1 million, it was like a piece of fat meat tempting Bishop Kulik. He couldn't help but be tempted. Chapter 1186. It wasn't that Bishop Kulik didn't know that this was Lord Arthur's territory, but he didn't care. Perhaps Lord Arthur was very powerful, but as long as he awakened the god of storm, Lord Arthur's power would be a joke. Of course, this had to do with Bishop Kulik's lack of information. Although a lot of information about Lord Arthur was widely spread in the circle of top nobles, it was still difficult for people outside the circle to receive such information. The followers of the god of storm were few to begin with. Even with Bishop Kulik's information network developed through threats and promises, they could only obtain information from the middle and lower nobles. They couldn't obtain information from the top nobles at all. If they dared to reach out to the top nobles, it was highly likely that they would suffer the revenge of the top nobles. As for Bishop Kulik in the twilight of the gods' organization, he didn't have much say in the organization because the followers of the god of storm were too few in the great world of God. Although Bishop Kulik was very powerful, he lacked followers and allies, so he couldn't even reach the information network of the twilight of the gods. Due to his ignorance, Bishop Kulik chose to go to Tyj Island on Lytton. For confidentiality reasons, he didn't even go through the rest of the people in the twilight of the gods. Finally, everything went smoothly. With 100% of the population sacrificed, the god of storm could be awakened immediately. Bishop Kulik was waiting for the glorious era of the god of storm to be reborn. Standing next to Bishop Kulik was a level 4 priest. The other 10 followers were around level 1 or 2. The thunderstorm didn't affect the altar. It was like two different worlds outside the altar. The greatness of the god made Bishop Kulik extremely excited. The thunderstorm that covered the entire island was the power of the god of storm that he borrowed from the altar. This power made him believe that it was the power of the god of storm. Just when Bishop Kulik thought that his sacrifice was going to be successful, the thunderstorm outside the altar suddenly stopped. My Lord will walk on earth, and all living things will listen to his words. Those who disobey will be punished by the god of thunder. Bishop Kulik and the other 11 followers chanted loudly. They all thought that this was the sign of the god of storm's awakening. Success was imminent, and they needed to show their devotion to the god of storm. However, something unexpected happened. Amidst the still thunderstorm outside the altar, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air and stood outside the altar. "Who are you?" Bishop Kulik looked at the person who had appeared and asked in horror. Kulik was well aware of the power of the thunderstorm. Even he, a rank 5 bishop who had trained in lightning magic, only dared to hide within the range of the altar. The power of the thunderstorm increased with time. The thunderstorm flashed between the sky and the ground of Taijev Island. Every time it flashed, the power of the lightning would increase. Now, each of thunderstorm's lightning strikes had the power of at least a grade 5 attack. Even a grade 5 bishop like Kulik wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, the person who appeared was standing in the middle of the still thunderstorm. The lightning seemed to be actively avoiding this person. "You killed my subjects in my territory, and you're still asking me who I am?" David said in a deep voice. He didn't seem to see the altar's shield in front of him. He spoke as he walked forward. When the shield touched his body, it broke without any resistance. David walked in front of Bishop Kulik. He was taller than Bishop Kulik, and his unparalleled aura made Bishop Kulik look extremely short. Bishop Kulik's whole body was trembling. He knew who had come. Although Bishop Kulik didn't care about Lord Arthur when he confirmed that the destination of the sacrifice was Taijev Island on Lytton's star, Lord Arthur's fierce reputation made the twilight of the gods' organization fearful. Bishop Kulik's hair stood on end. This wasn't because of fear, but because of the influence of the lightning energy after the altar lost its shield. Although the thunderstorm outside the altar had stopped, it didn't disappear. The terrifying lightning energy was still there. Without the shield, the lightning didn't rush in because it was in a static state. However, the lightning energy affected the 12 people. Kulik, a 5th-rank bishop, and another 4th-rank priest had the best performance. The 10 first-rank and 2nd-rank evil god believers were now twitching and lying on the ground. These believers were numb all over, making them feel like they were better off dead. They couldn't even scream. The only thing they could do was tremble uncontrollably under the influence of the lightning energy. "Lord Arthur, my lord is about to awaken." Bishop Kulik was about to say something threatening, but before he could finish, David grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The rest of the words were stuck in Kulik's throat and he couldn't say them out loud. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared on the statue. David sensed a strand of divine sense entering the statue. David frowned slightly. He didn't expect the god of storm to actually awaken and send a strand of divine sense. As soon as this strand of divine sense appeared, it began to seize control of the surrounding lightning energy. David's lightning domain was only a demigod talent, so it was naturally weaker than the god of storm's ability to control lightning. However, the power of the god of storm's divine sense was only at the legendary rank. It was hard to say who was stronger between a demigod's lightning talent and a legendary's divine lightning talent. However, David didn't walk the path of becoming a god through faith. As soon as the divine sense of the god of storm appeared, he carried Bishop Kulik to the front of the statue. Before the statue could officially descend, 6 divine artifacts, the death god's chains, stretched out from behind him and tightly bound the statue. The divine sense of the god of storm, who was fighting with David for control of lightning, didn't expect this result. After being bound by the death god's chains, the divine sense immediately couldn't control the surrounding lightning energy. David was already experienced in dealing with statues. Although the one in front of him was only an altar and not a real statue, the death god's chains still had a strong effect on it. "How dare a mere divine sense appear in front of me?" David said in a deep voice. He casually grabbed and directly crushed the statue. The divine sense of the god of storm was exposed, and the shadow attendant immediately pounced on it and absorbed it. The divine aura detection system of the 5 shrines sounded an alarm. Archbishop McIntyre of the War Shrines had an instinctive habit of this kind of alarm recently. "Which of our planets is in trouble again?" Archbishop McIntyre asked loudly. Recently, most of the evil god descents caused by the evil god's followers were in the areas under the control of the War Shrines. They were taking advantage of the fact that the War Shrines were in a weakened state. Therefore, when the alarm sounded, Archbishop McIntyre thought that something had happened in the area under the control of the War Shrines again. "Archbishop McIntyre, it's the divine aura from Lytton's star. According to the intensity, it should be a divine descent." The priest immediately reported, but just as he was reporting, the priest's expression changed slightly. The divine aura disappeared. "This is too strange. Lytton's star? Which evil god is so bold?" Archbishop McIntyre was stunned. There was actually an evil god who dared to cause trouble in Lord Arthur's territory and even carried out a divine descent. Wasn't he afraid of having too many divine senses? As for the disappearance of the divine aura, needless to say, it must be Lord Arthur's doing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the evil god's followers to go through so much trouble to carry out a divine descent in just a few breaths of time. Archbishop McIntyre began to sympathize with the evil god. He actually descended in Lord Arthur's territory, and there was even a high possibility that he had descended in front of Lord Arthur. Not to mention the evil god, even the war god would not dare to descend in front of Lord Arthur. However, after thinking about this, Archbishop McIntyre immediately cast this thought aside. He began to softly chant the God of War's divine book to wash away the blasphemous thoughts that had just arisen in his heart. As for the appearance of the evil god, it had already appeared in Lord Arthur's territory. There was no need for the shrines to do anything. It was not just the shrines of war. After investigating the location where the divine aura appeared, the other 4 shrines did not launch an investigation. In particular, the disappearance of the divine aura in just a few breaths of time made the 4 shrines understand what had happened. Not to mention that the divine aura had disappeared. Even if the divine aura was still there, it wouldn't be the temple's turn to solve Lord Arthur's problem. Lord Arthur's current status in the great world of God was extremely special. It was precisely because of the large-scale actions of the evil god's followers that the evil gods had awakened one by one, forcing the 5 shrines to feign civility with Lord Arthur. They did not want to go to war with both the evil god and Lord Arthur at the same time. Therefore, at least before the problem of the evil god was solved, Lord Arthur was another special existence in the great world of God apart from the 5 shrines. To a certain extent, he was on par with the 5 shrines. The 5th-level bishop, Kulik, was caught in David's hand. David did not seal his eyes and ears, so he could see what was happening. The god of storm, who had been awakened by sacrificing the souls of millions of people on Tyjev Island, had been suppressed by Lord Arthur before he could use his mighty power to punish Lord Arthur. The 5th-level bishop, Kulik, could not accept this result. In his understanding, the god of storm was an invincible existence. In the doctrine, it was written that the god of storm was injured by a sneak attack and went into hibernation. As long as the god of storm woke up again, he could defeat the 5 gods and reoccupy the great world of God, spreading his faith in the great world of God. However, what was happening in front of his eyes overturned the worldview of the fifth-level bishop, Kulik. What happened to being invincible and powerful? If Lord Arthur could not defeat him, how could he defeat the five gods? The fifth-level bishop, Kulik, felt like he had been deceived. His faith was collapsing. Those who blaspheme against my lord die. The fourth-level priest on the side suddenly yelled like a madman. Lightning flashed in his hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared. However, this bolt of lightning was short and small. It only extended for about a centimeter before dissipating. The fourth-level priest looked at his hand in disbelief. What he had just used was a lightning divine spell. Since it was a divine spell, it was equivalent to borrowing the power of the god of storm, so it had different levels of power. In theory, this kind of divine spell that borrowed the power of a god should not be affected. In other words, the power of the spell was standard and would not be suppressed by the strength of the enemy. But the difference in power between a fourth-rank priest and David was simply too great. What's more, David's demigod lightning domain had been able to cast a lightning spell. The only reason he was able to summon that bit of lightning was because of the power of the divine spell. Even if the god of storm wanted to snatch control of the lightning energy from David, he would only have a 50% chance of success, let alone a level 4 priest's divine spell. David was not even interested in looking at the fourth-level priest. He could sense the situation on Tyjev Island with his spirit. If this wasn't his territory, he could have just left this area. Due to the influence of the god of storms, the power of the thunderstorm would slowly weaken without anyone's influence. It could last for decades. During this period of time, if the conditions were met and large amounts of lightning energy were added, it could become a long-lasting thunderstorm spectacle. Tyjev Island might have met this condition. There was a lot of lightning in the summer, so it was possible to replenish the lightning energy. However, David did not plan to leave this area. Leaving it here would only show the power of the god of storm. Getting rid of it would only show the power of Lord Arthur. With that in mind, David waved his hand, and the lightning domain shrank. All the lightning energy on Tyjev Island gathered towards him. The terrifying lightning turned into densely packed electric snakes, and the sound of electricity could make one's scalp tingle. When the lightning approached David, it was automatically absorbed by the lightning pattern. The capacity of the lightning pattern seemed to be infinite, so this kind of opportunity to replenish the lightning energy was rare. The fourth-level priest and the 10 first-level and second-level believers on the ground were instantly turned into ashes under the impact of the lightning energy. Only the fifth-level Bishop Kulik was not affected by the lightning because he was in David's hand. However, seeing this scene, Kulik's heart was greatly affected. In the heart of Kulik, Lord Arthur was the true god. His faith had just collapsed, and now it was reborn in his heart. David did not know what Kulik was thinking. He was extracting the lightning energy on Tyjev Island and trying to restore the land. This was an important alchemy plantation base. Although everything on Tyjev Island was destroyed by the lightning, David relied on the lightning domain to recover all the lightning energy and restore the land to its original state. As the lightning energy gathered in the distance, David had no choice but to fly up. Otherwise, the terrifying lightning energy might affect the land under his feet. He was here to restore, not to destroy. Chapter 1187. Tyjev Island regained its peace. There was no lightning energy left on the ground except for the black marks left by the thunderstorm. It would take a lot of time for this place to completely recover, but David didn't have to worry about it. Steward Dickens would take care of it. David floated in the sky and looked at the level 5 Bishop Kulik in his hand in surprise. After he dealt with the lightning energy on Tyjev Island, the level 5 Bishop Kulik had formed a faith connection with him. This was not an ordinary faith connection, but a true faith connection. It could be said that the level 5 Bishop Kulik was now his follower. Furthermore, due to Kulik's special status as a rank 5 bishop, as long as David approved, Kulik could become his second priest in the world. David was a little hesitant. The level 5 Bishop Kulik used to believe in the god of storm. Was there a problem with the sudden change of faith? He returned to the ground in a flash and found a single teleportation portal on the ground of Tyjev Island. The single teleportation portal was protected by the space. Although the surrounding buildings had collapsed, they formed a protective layer. The thunderstorm did not directly hit the single teleportation portal, so the portal itself was not damaged. David scanned with his power of will, and the stone fragments covering the single teleportation portal flew away, revealing the single teleportation portal. He activated his talent ability, Underground Sneak, and reinforced the single teleportation portal's foundation. Then, he opened the single teleportation portal. Soon, the single teleportation portal flashed with white light, and Steward Dickens appeared in front of it. "Master!" Steward Dickens bowed and said, "Steward Dickens, the matter on Tyjev Island has been taken care of, but Tyjev Island needs to be rebuilt. I'll have to trouble you," David said with a smile. "Master, this is my job. It's my honor to serve you. I'll restore Tyjev Island's property as soon as possible," Steward Dickens quickly promised. David thought for a moment and said, "This incident was caused by the evil god's followers. It was also my negligence. I didn't pay attention to the safety of the territory. I'll give you the authority to accept the low-level nobles into the Luce family. Verify the identity of the low-level nobles and report to Legend Annabelle. Let her confirm it." David didn't read the information, so he didn't know that there were no nobles or knights on Tyjev Island, which had a population of 1 million. The management of the great world of God was led by the nobles. This was inseparable from the various education that the nobles receive. Without the leadership of the nobles, there might not be any problems in a short period of time, but after a long time, all kinds of management problems would appear. Besides, without the nobles, there would be no knight. Without the daily deterrence of knights, once something happened to millions of people, it would be impossible to stop it in time. David knew that he couldn't blame Butler Dickens. Butler Dickens didn't have the authority to accept nobles for the Luce family. Even without David's permission, Butler Dickens wouldn't be able to accept nobles. Over the past few years, Dickens had shown his worth. David's territory had expanded greatly, and Dickens had managed the territory in an orderly manner. "Master, I will take care of this matter." Butler Dickens felt that his burden had become heavier because David had given him more power. In addition, the battle power that you can command is indeed too weak. You can contact Knight Anton when you need to, David continued. Butler Dickens was shocked. He knew Knight Anton. He was a knight that Lord Arthur kept by his side. Sometimes, when he needed to go to Gammy to report, he would come in contact with Knight Anton. It was just that Butler Dickens didn't expect Knight Anton to become a legend. Lord Arthur allowed him to command a powerful legend. "At your service, master," Butler Dickens said excitedly as he bowed. Butler Dickens now had a very high status in the great world of God. He was in charge of a huge amount of wealth and had Lord Arthur as his backer. Now that he had a legend knight that he could use at any time, his status would rise by a lot. "For your hard work over the years, I'll give you a small reward." David smiled as he reached out and patted Butler Dickens' shoulder. An extremely weak, undying life force entered Butler Dickens' body. Butler Dickens only felt a warm current surging through his body. It was a feeling that was even more comfortable than drinking the heart-warming lotus seed soup. Butler Dickens almost wanted to cry out. After about a minute, the warm current disappeared. Butler Dickens only felt that he had become 20 years younger. The body of a young man had returned to his body. This was different from the heart-warming lotus seed soup. The heartwarming lotus seed soup also had the effect of making people younger, but it was far from this intense feeling. Master. Butler Dickens didn't know how to express his gratitude at that moment. Do your job well. I just gave you 20 years of lifespan. As long as you work hard, I'll remember it. David smiled as he withdrew his hand. What David said was an increase of 20 years of lifespan. This was different from the heartwarming lotus seed soup, which allowed ordinary people to live to the limit of a human's lifespan without being affected by illness. This was an extra 20 years of lifespan. Only very few treasures of heaven and earth could have such an effect. Of course, the undying life force was even more precious than those treasures of heaven and earth. Butler Dickens nodded heavily. David had given him power and a longer lifespan. The only thing he could do was to serve David wholeheartedly. David carried Bishop Kulik in his hand. He didn't use a single teleportation door. It was more convenient for him to move short distances on the planet with his innate ability, break space. He activated the innate ability, break space, and brought Bishop Kulik into the space passage. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the planet-level teleportation door of Planet Leyden. Bishop Kulik saw the reward Lord Arthur gave to his butler. He didn't know what method Lord Arthur used, but he was 100% sure that only a god could increase the lifespan of an ordinary person by 20 years without using any treasures of heaven and earth. After that, Lord Arthur opened a space passage from Tyjev Island directly to Leyden. This method should only appear in the hands of a god. Bishop Kulik's faith in Lord Arthur increased with each event. In a short period of time, he reached the standard of a devout believer. Originally, with Kulik's status as a bishop, it was impossible for him to change his faith so quickly. However, the miracle of the god of storm turning Tyjev Island into a sea of lightning was great. Later on, it was easily taken over by Lord Arthur. This showed that Lord Arthur was greater than the god of storm. In addition, the god of storm's descent was almost successful, but he was still easily taken care of by Lord Arthur. This had a devastating impact on Bishop Kulik's faith. In the doctrine of the god of storm was invincible. All believers, including Bishop Kulik, had always believed in this. This was because no matter how few believers the god of storm had, as long as they received the grace of the god of storm, their strength would greatly increase. The power of lightning divine spells allowed them to be ranked at the top of their level. Without the corresponding method to restrain it, the opponent would be struck by lightning before they could even make a move. It was also under the influence of this doctrine that Bishop Kulik's faith collapsed after the god of storm's descent was defeated. Under normal circumstances, if a fifth-level bishop dared to betray his faith, the god of storms would definitely punish him and inflict a fatal backlash on him through the remnant channel of faith. However, the problem was that Bishop Kulik was beside David. The god of storm had already awakened, and he clearly knew that his divine sense was easily killed by David. He was really worried that the small world would be exposed if he used the faith channel to connect with such a powerful existence. Therefore, although Bishop Kulik's faith collapsed, he did not receive any backlash from the god of storm. However, after David showed a terrifying miracle that surpassed the god of storm, Bishop Kulik, who had lost his faith and was in a period of confusion, quickly found a new faith to rely on. David returned to Gami. He did not go to the castle, but stood in front of the planet-level portal. "What is your name?" He casually threw Bishop Kulik down and asked. When Bishop Kulik fell to the ground, all the restraints on his body disappeared. However, he did not use the force to stand up. Instead, he crawled on the ground. "Great Lord Arthur, my name is Kulik." Kulik, a fifth-grade bishop, replied respectfully. David felt very helpless. He captured Bishop Kulik alive not to take in believers, but to ask some questions. He did not expect Bishop Kulik to become his believer, and a devout one at that. To be honest, with Bishop Kulik's actions, David really wanted to kill him directly. However, David also knew that the real murderer was the god of storm, and Bishop Kulik was just a tool. I'll give you two choices. The first is to sign a master-servant contract, and your life and death will be completely up to me. The second is to capture your soul and torture it out of you. After that, I'll completely destroy your soul. David said calmly, "Great Lord Arthur, I'm willing to sign a master-servant contract. It's my honor," Bishop Kulik said without hesitation. Bishop Kulik was very clear that there was only one choice, and the second choice was worse than death. "Very good, this will save a lot of trouble," David said as he drew a holy text contract in the air with his finger. Bishop Kulik simply put a trace of his soul into the holy text contract and formed a master-servant contract with David. "I can sense that you believe in me, and I will accept you as my sacrifice," David said in a deep voice. David saw the master-servant contract and no longer had any scruples. Although he did not have the inheritance to become a god through faith, he had the small world in his soul space, so to a certain extent, he met the requirements to become a god through faith. No matter which path he took to become a god, accepting a sacrifice would only bring him benefits and no harm. At this point, David shifted his faith channel with Bishop Kulik from a one-way channel to a two-way channel, after which he passed on a series of theurgies to Bishop Kulik. When David accepted Priest Alden as his disciple in the Interstellar Federation, he only passed on a single divine spell. At that time, he could not be blamed for being stingy, as he had only learned one divine spell. But now it was different. After the cube's super AI analysis and research, it had obtained many divine spells from the shrines of space destruction. Although David was not a god, he now had a complete set of divine spells. Kulik, a fifth-level bishop and now a fifth-level priest, had a pious look on his face. He felt the familiar dual channel of worship. Ever since his faith in the god of storms collapsed, he could no longer use the divine spells of the god of storms. Now, Kulik felt the power of faith that he had lost and regained. He felt a large number of divine spell inheritances, and a series of divine spell projections appeared in his soul space. Blessing divine spell, minor healing divine spell, devout shield divine spell, sharpness divine spell, curse removal divine spell, truth divine spell, retribution divine spell, and a special divine spell, light divine spell. Kulik felt a shock. The god of storms he used to believe in didn't have so many systematic divine spells. He only had 3 offensive divine spells. But the divine spells he received from David were a complete set of systematic divine spells, including healing, defense, buff, dispel, attack, and group attack. Systematic divinity was not something that ordinary gods could play with. The purpose of systematic divinity was not for fighting. Part of it was even needed for the spread of faith. In fact, other gods did not obtain divine spells as easily as David did. There were several ways to obtain divine spells. The first way was through inheritance, which could be purchased or exchanged. This kind of inheritance was generally a common divine spell. The second way was to comprehend divine spells on their own. Gods could transform their innate abilities into divine spells that could be used by priests. No matter which way it was obtained, the gods needed to have a deep understanding of divine spells. This process would take a lot of time to analyze and research, and a lot of faith power would be consumed during this time. David was special. Most of the analysis and research work was done for him by the cube's super AI. What he needed to do was to recreate the divine spells that had already formed the specific knowledge. As for the power of faith, he had 4,000 century-old ascetics, which alone provided him with the power of faith equivalent to 40 million believers. He didn't even care about the consumption of the power of faith when he was drawing the divine patterns. Kulik sensed these divine spells and his faith rose once again. Chapter 1188. My God's name is destruction. I also have shrines in this world, but before I enter the shrines, I need you to do something for me to atone for the sins you committed on Taiji Island. David said in a deep voice. Great Lord, I will obey any of your orders. My life and faith belong to you. Kulik said without hesitation as he prostrated himself on the ground. With Kulik's sins, killing him 1,000 times wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins, but David wanted to use him to find clues about the culprit. I need to know where the shrines of the God of Storms are. Can you tell me? David asked calmly. My lord, this is the Golden Star Alchemy map. I've marked it. Kulik said as he took out a Golden Star Alchemy map from his portal item and handed it to David. David shook his head inwardly. After Kulik converted his faith, he no longer had any lingering feelings for the God of Storms. Fortunately, he didn't have much confidence in the restrictions of his faith, so he signed the strictest master-servant contract. After signing the master-servant contract, Kulik had lost himself to a certain extent. Not to mention betraying his faith, even the thought of betraying it could cause his soul to explode. This was also the reason why David didn't kill Kulik to avenge his dead subjects. This kind of punishment was much more severe than an ordinary death. David looked at the Golden Star Alchemy map. There was only one shrine marked on it. He couldn't help but frown. The God of Storms only had one shrine. Wasn't he afraid that once he lost the shrines, his faith would be completely cut off in the great world of God? The God of Storms only has one temple? David didn't stand on ceremony with Kulik, a level 5 priest, and asked as soon as he thought of something. My lord, I dare not hide it from you. Including myself, he only had 12 believers. Kulik replied respectfully. David couldn't help but be stunned. He had killed 11 followers of the God of Storm on Taijev Island, and Kulik, a 5th-level priest who had betrayed his faith. In other words, the faith of the God of Storm had been cut off. Of course, this wasn't considered a severed connection. The God of Storms had already awakened, and it wasn't a problem for him to influence the ordinary people of the great world of God with his divine thoughts. He wanted to make a small number of people with weak consciousnesses become his followers. However, there was one thing that all evil gods knew about in the great world of God. They couldn't let their divine bodies appear in the great world of God. They could only hide in a small world. Once he appeared in the great world of God, he would immediately be discovered by the 5 shrines. Then, the 5 shrines would join forces to slaughter him. David decided to follow the plan and clean up the shrines of the God of Storms, increasing the difficulty of the God of Storms to the next level. Come with me, David said in a deep voice. David had always been wearing the Stealer's crown on his head. With his current strength, he didn't need to hide himself. He only needed to release his spirit to make everyone ignore him and Kulik. Standing in front of the planet-level portal on Nipa, David released his spirit and scanned a distance of 1,000 kilometers. They were only 900 kilometers away from the target location, Storm Canyon. David locked onto the exact location of Storm Canyon with his spirit alone. However, Storm Canyon was a bit special. It was a canyon formed by 2 mountains that were 10,000 meters above sea level. The name of the canyon came from the dark clouds that covered the canyon all year round, with lightning and thunder constantly rumbling. When David's spirit scanned Storm Canyon, he found that his spirit couldn't penetrate the dark clouds, so he never explored the inside of the canyon. He casually activated his innate ability, Break Space. He and Kulik passed through the space tunnel and appeared directly above the dark clouds above the Canyon of Storm. Even if Kulik had experienced the space-piercing teleportation once, he was still amazed by this terrifying spatial ability. He knew the distance between the planetary-level portal and the Storm Canyon. What kind of power was this to accurately travel 900 kilometers from the planetary-level portal to the canyon? My lord, this is Storm Canyon. There is a protection circle here that protects Storm Canyon. I don't have the ability to control it now," Kulik explained. If Kulik hadn't betrayed the god of storms, he would have been able to activate the protection circle easily. But without faith, the circle wouldn't accept him. No need. No matter how strong the circle is, it wouldn't dare to have a god-level presence in the great world of God. Its power is limited, David said confidently. Since his spirit was affected by the dark clouds, David activated his lightning domain and forcibly controlled the lightning energy in the dark clouds. No matter how strong the circle was, it couldn't compete with a demigod-level lightning domain. David's consciousness followed the lightning domain into the Valley of Storm. Using his abilities as a Grandmaster Alchemist, especially the rune formation knowledge he'd acquired from the Cube's Super AI system a few months ago, he easily found the formation base of the Valley of Storm. He just didn't want to destroy the rune circle here. Any unfamiliar rune circle would become an important part of the Cube's Super Artificial Intelligence Systems database and speed up its research. Activating his innate ability, Underground Stealth, he separated the reinforced rocks around the base of the formation. Although these rocks were extremely hard and were reinforced with divine runes, Underground Stealth was an innate ability that could not be countered by any rock. After David took out the circle foundation, the dark clouds above Storm Canyon quickly dissipated. He and Kulik landed in Storm Canyon. There was no sign of the shrines here, but with Kulik leading the way, David didn't have to look for them. The shrines of Storm Canyon were in the belly of a mountain on one side of the canyon. They had to enter a hidden cave that was hidden by a pool, so it was very difficult for ordinary people to find it. After passing through the pool and entering the cave, they had to go through a long passage that was like a maze. Although the passageway was specially designed, and if one didn't walk properly, they would be trapped in the passageway. However, with Kulik here, it was very easy to pass through the passageway. In fact, David didn't even need Kulik to lead the way. He had many ways to pass through it. His spirit covered the passage, and the map of the maze was in his mind. "My lord, please follow me." Kulik bowed and said, "No need, we'll take the faster route." David shook his head. The maze route was too complicated and would take too much time. David activated his innate ability, Underground Sneaking. With him in front and Kulik behind him, the maze in front of him automatically parted to form a path that led straight to the inside. If it wasn't for the fact that he was following David, Kulik would have wanted to prostrate himself on the ground and praise David's great power. If someone could use a magical ability, that person would be a genius who specialized in one thing. If someone could use many magical abilities, that person would be a god. In the eyes of a level 5 priest like Kulik, David had been using all kinds of divine means along the way. Although David thought it was just a small trick, the underground sneaking talent and the broken space talent were rare mutated talents among the insectoids. Even the broken space talent would be valued by the god-level insectoids. Therefore, Kulik's understanding of the 5th-level priest was correct in a sense. These means were stronger than the means of ordinary gods. Kulik cast the blessing and the shield of devotion on himself as he walked. White light flashed on his body, and a shield formed by the power of faith appeared. David felt strange. When Kulik cast the divine ability, he felt that the statue in his soul space had accepted the request to cast the divine ability. The level 5 soul doppelganger he left in the statue had long since become one with the statue. He had previously set up the statue so that when a request to cast a divine spell appeared, it would automatically accept the request. David didn't have many priests, so he didn't need to be too strict. Besides, the power of faith consumed by a level 5 priest was negligible to him. David and Kulik stood in front of a shrines. The shrines looked very old. "Blasphemers, how dare you come to shrines? You are courting death." An angry roar came from the shrines. The voice was like a thunderstorm. The voice swept past David and Kulik like thunder. David frowned slightly. He had attacked shrines before, but those were shrines that had lost their divine power. This time, he came here to see how the shrines reacted. It would be a reference for him to deal with the 5 shrines. As soon as they arrived at the shrines, the divine sense inside the shrines found them and performed a god's descent before them. Of course, the god of storm had to perform a god's descent first. When he performed a god's descent on Tyjev Island, he did it in front of David. But before he could complete the god's descent, David dealt with him with the divine artifact Death Chain. This time, after the god of storm discovered David's invasion through the shrines, he began to mobilize the power of faith in the small world and poured it into the shrines. This couldn't be helped. With the power of faith inside the shrines, even if the god of storm wanted to perform a god's descent, he wouldn't be able to do it due to the lack of power of faith. The number of believers was just too small. The power of faith could barely keep the shrines running. When David arrived in front of the shrines, the god of storm had just finished his god's descent. Through the divine sense inside the shrines and the power of faith transferred from the small world, a divine body made of pure divine power was formed. David ignored the voice coming from the shrines. Kulik's shield of devotion was quite strong. David blocked most of the power of the voice while the rest was blocked by the shield of devotion. "Retreat over there." David pointed behind him and ordered Kulik. "Yes, my lord." Kulik looked at the shrines with some fear. He was instinctively afraid of the god of storm. After hearing David's order, he quickly bowed. "You go and protect priest Kulik," David said to the people below him. A holy figure appeared. It was the clone of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit hidden in the shadows. He didn't speak. Without David's divine sense, he was like a battle puppet. Kulik looked at the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit with eyes full of shock. This was the powerful knight of the god of war who killed the believers of the evil god. Even after thousands of years, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was still a terrifying existence in the eyes of the believers. But now, this terrifying demigod, Saint Spirit Knight, appeared in front of a 5th-rank high priest and was responsible for protecting him. This made the 5th-rank high priest feel like he was dreaming. The clone of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit continuously cast the Holy Spirit domain and built a pure white wall of light around himself and Kulik. Although the clone of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit wasn't as powerful as the other demigods under David, his support ability was still at the forefront. Defending against the aftermath of the battle wasn't a problem. David didn't have to worry about the god of storm directly attacking the clone of Kulik and the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. In a battle of this level, the god of storm would be asking for death if he dared to be distracted. David's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He didn't ask for help from Black Dragon Alexis. After the battle with the god of war's clone, he had great confidence in his own strength. He needed to understand the strengthening effect of the shrines on the clone so that he could infer the strength of the clone of the god of war near the shrines of war. This kind of combat experience would be a great reference for David when he encountered the clone of a powerful god in the future. David put on the divine knight armor, held the divine knight sword in its scabbard, and had a pair of energy wings on his back. The 6 divine reaper chains danced in the air. He was in his strongest combat form. When fighting against the clone of any god, he didn't dare to be careless. Although the god of storm had been asleep for a long time, he was at least an existence of the same era as Black Dragon Alexis. None of the gods that could survive from that era were simple. The door of the storm shrines opened, and a dazzling figure appeared in front of the shrines and looked at David from afar. David observed the clone of the god of storm. The clone was completely composed of lightning. Although it was humanoid, it didn't give off a human aura. The clone of the god of storm was full of violent power, especially when its aura was tightly connected with the shrines of storm behind it. It made David feel like he was facing the real body of the god of storm. David was only slightly surprised, but he wasn't too worried. He had the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. If he encountered any trouble, the black dragon Alexis could help him immediately. Chapter 1189. Blasphemer, you and the traitor must die today. The god of storm said in a deep voice. God of storm, I've found this place, and I'm sure you know I won't let you go either. David replied calmly. David did not show any respect to the god of storm. In his eyes, the god of storm was just a good opponent. After sleeping for so many years, the world has forgotten my name and dared to provoke me in the shrines. The god of storm seemed to have been asleep for too long. He was not in a hurry to attack. Of course, there was another reason: David's power. The fact that David was a demigod made the god of storm very cautious. Although the god of storm performed the god of storm's descent in the god of storm's temple, due to the lack of faith power in the god of storm's descent, the strength of the god of storm's descent was only at the peak of the legendary rank. The god of storm needed more time to observe David and judge David's power. The god of storm was very confused. As far as he knew, this was the era when the five gods ruled the great world of God. According to the information he read after waking up, there was not even a legendary level in the great world of God. How could there be a demigod? Although there was a gap between David and the god of storm's God-given body, they were in the territory of the Temple of Storm, and the God-given body had a lot of advantages. The god of storm didn't think that David, a demigod, could defeat him. What surprised the god of storm the most was David's equipment. The armor, the sword, the chain on his back, and the crown on his head were all divine artifacts. The souls you absorbed when you woke up were the souls of my people. Why do you think I'm here? David was also observing the god of storm's body, but he did not attack directly. David's Lord Harlow clone was in contact with the priests of the War Main Temple, which had just been developed recently. David's original purpose was to calculate the reaction speed of the temple to the aura of the gods. What David didn't expect, however, was that, according to the information he got from Lord Harlow's clone, the temple's divine spirit aura detection system was unable to detect the presence of a divine spirit. The news from Lord Harlow's avatar would not be a problem. Although the position of a priest who had just become an intelligence officer was not high, the discovery of the aura of a god was not a secret. The warning bell would not escape the ears of a priest. David looked at the shrines of storm. Since the god of storm's body was not detected by the divine aura detection system of the shrines, it must be because of the storm shrines. No wonder the god of storm dared to chat with him, instead of ending the battle quickly, so that the location of the shrines of storm would not be exposed. David also had shrines of space destruction, which were mobile shrines of space destruction. Would the divine aura detection system of the 5 shrines of space destruction not be detected by the divine aura detection system of the shrines of space destruction? The god of storm's body said in a deep voice, "Tell me your name. You are qualified to let me know your name." As the first opponent of the god of storm, the god of storm decided to record David's name as a record of his glorious achievement. "My name is Arthur Luce. Let's fight." David was no longer interested in chatting. He had already sensed the intention of the god of storm to descend upon him. Streaks of lightning energy were gathering around David's body. It was obvious that the god of storm had started to set up the battlefield while they were chatting. After David called out, he activated his demigod-level lightning field, and the lightning energy around him froze. However, what surprised him was that the lightning energy was not controlled by him. Instead, it was controlled by the god of storm's body again. "Arthur Luce, you should not fight with me here. I am the ruler of this world." The voice of the god of storm's body drifted in the air. In an instant, a sea of lightning appeared around the god of storm and David, enveloping them all in it. At the same time, the god of storm's body merged with the sea of lightning and found the god of storm's body. David frowned. He was not used to fighting with this kind of god. The fighting style of the god of storm's body was different from the other gods and god-level creatures he had encountered before. Without a target to attack, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the surrounding lightning was his target, he was at a loss as to what to do. In fact, the god of storm's body was even more surprised than David. The range of the storm shrines was a part of the small world of the god of storm. Although the god of storm's body was in the form of a god, his power was far beyond the peak legendary level. Within this range, he was recognized by the rules of this world. The rules of this world were the rules of the small world. Within the range of the storm shrines, all enemies would be suppressed by the rules of the small world. However, David was not affected at all. The rules of the small world seemed to have no effect on him at all. The god of storm's body had never encountered such a situation. Even a powerful god would not dare to enter the range of another god's shrines. This was because the shrines had a strong home field advantage. Just like now, within the range of the storm shrines, the rules of lightning took precedence over other rules. That was why David's electric field could not take control of the lightning energy from the god of storm's body. David thought about the battle plan in his mind. He had some understanding. This was probably the typical battle style of a god who had become a god through faith. The god of war was definitely an anomaly among the gods of faith. The god of war's close combat style with a sword was completely different from the other gods of faith. Fortunately, although David's electric field could not take control of the lightning energy, it allowed him to let go of his spirit and not be affected by the lightning. David let go of his spirit and began to look for any abnormalities in the sea of lightning. He did not believe that the god of storm's body could be completely integrated into the sea of lightning. At least, the god of storm's mind would not change. Just as David was about to defend himself, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared behind him and hit him hard. Although the divine knight armor had strong defense, some of the lightning energy still went into his body. However, the lightning energy was absorbed by his lightning pattern before it could do anything. The god of storm couldn't believe that his attack didn't work. Lightning attacks were the most powerful and the most difficult type of attack to dodge. The attack that he condensed was enough to reach the demigod level in terms of power. Although it was not enough to seriously injure David, it was expected that he would fall into paralysis. However, the god of storm did not expect that a demigod-level attack would not work on David at all. After David withstood the lightning attack, the worry in his heart disappeared. As a demigod, he had the demigod lightning domain, which was equivalent to a demigod who specialized in the law of lightning. Not to mention, he also had a lightning tattoo. Although the lightning tattoo didn't have any attacking ability, it could contain an unlimited amount of lightning energy, allowing all the lightning energy that hit him to be absorbed into the lightning tattoo. After the power of the lightning was weakened by the divine knight armor, the attack of the god of storm's descending body was no longer as powerful as before. Of course, the god of storm would not admit that his attack was ineffective. He suddenly released hundreds of lightning bolts and struck at David again. This time, the lightning was more powerful, but the result was the same. David was covered in lightning, but as soon as the lightning got close to him, it would disappear. David had scanned the god of storm's body many times with his spirit and did not find anything unusual. It seemed that the god of storm's body had really integrated into the sea of lightning. He shook his head helplessly and opened his mouth to let out a high-frequency howl. The range of the high-frequency howl happened to be the range of the sea of lightning. The high-frequency sound wave swept across the battlefield, but it did not have any effect. This time, David was a bit depressed, and the battle became strange. Lightning bolts struck David and disappeared. David kept changing his attack methods, but he could not do anything to the god of storm's body. In the end, David was out of ideas, so he asked Black Dragon Alexis, "Alexis, how do I deal with such an invisible enemy?" "Sir, you chose the wrong battlefield. You should not fight in front of the shrines of the God of Storm. Fighting here is like fighting in the small world of the God of Storm. The God of Storm has a great advantage in this environment. If you did not have such a strong lightning defense, you would be in big trouble this time. The best way to break out of this situation is to leave and sneak into the shrines in a more unexpected way. Then, you can seal the statues before the God of Storm descends, just like what you did to the God of War. The other option is to consume the God of Storm's power of faith in order to protect the shrines. You can leave when you are tired and come back when you recover your strength. I believe the God of Storm will not have much power of faith left." Black Dragon Alexis gave a solution. In fact, Black Dragon Alexis could have given his opinion long before David came. However, because he understood David's ability, he knew that it was not dangerous to deal with the God of Storm's body of God. In addition, he was here and could solve the problem if necessary, so he asked David to come and challenge him. "It seems that I underestimated the shrines," David exclaimed. He realized that he was indeed arrogant and underestimated the battle with the God of Storm. In David's mind, he had defeated the godly body of the God of War in the Battle of Gods. Now that he had the innate ability of the God of War, his battle prowess would be even greater. The God of War had defeated many gods, so how could the God of Storm, who had been defeated by the God of War, fight against David? Because of this, David did not choose to attack the shrines of the God of Storm. Instead, he chose to challenge the God of Storm directly. Just as Black Dragon Alexis said, David had many ways to sneak into the shrines of Storm and seal the God of Storm's consciousness before the God of Storm could descend. However, this was also good. David had seen how terrifying the shrines were. Only with a sense of fear could he be careful when dealing with the 5 shrines. The more the God of Storm fought, the more frightened he became. He had almost used all of his means. In fact, although the God of Storm could not reach the power of the God of War, it had more advantages than the God of War in many aspects. For example, the God of Storm's ability to merge with the Sea of Lightning could not be done so well with the God of Storm. The God of Storm's body was made up of energy, so it could be done so well. Of course, if they were not in the shrines of Storm's small world, the God of Storm's body would not be able to be detected by David's powerful mind. However, the God of Storm's body also realized something was wrong. If he continued to fight like this, he would consume too much of his power of faith. It was so much that he felt a little heartache. During the years when the God of Storm was sleeping, he had received very little power of faith. In the last few thousand years, the number of his followers had decreased greatly, and the power of faith was not enough to make ends meet. Now, the power of faith he was consuming in the battle with David was the accumulation of the God of Storm's small world. This accumulation was the capital for the God of Storm to make a comeback. If he used too much of it, it would be more difficult for him to rebuild his faith. At this time, the God of Storm's body changed his target. He looked at Kulik, who was being protected by the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. They were still in the shrines of Storm's body. A bolt of lightning shot towards Kulik, who was at the back. It was so fast that it reached him in a flash. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's light wall was greatly impacted, and it suddenly shook twice. "Alexis, go and get the God of Storm here." David's face darkened. The God of Storm did not give him any face at all. He even attacked his subordinates during the battle. "Yes, my lord," Black Dragon Alexis replied in a deep voice. Then, Black Dragon Alexis jumped off David's shoulder into the distance. As it flew, its body rapidly expanded from the size of a small cat. When it landed on the ground, it was already the size of a small mountain, blocking the path of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. Scram! Black Dragon Alexis let out a dragon roar. No matter how powerful the god of storm's body was, there was a huge gap between the legendary and the divine. The god of storm's body had to stay away from the black dragon Alexis. David contacted Lord Harlow's clone again. Through Lord Harlow's clone, he contacted the Shrines of War's clergy. The information he received told him that the black dragon Alexis's divine body did not trigger the Shrine's divine aura detection system. Chapter 1190. Black Dragon Alexis, you've become a human's subordinate. The voice of the god of storm was still floating, but it was filled with shock. The god of storm recognized the black dragon Alexis. He was one of the most powerful dragons. Black dragon Alexis used to rely on the strong defense of the black dragon, and the god of storm couldn't fight it at all. The black dragon's scales were naturally resistant to all kinds of energy, and under the effect of the black dragon's power, the effect of any divine energy attack would be reduced by half. With the strong body of a black dragon, the remaining power was nothing to be afraid of. Even in the Age of Gods, Black Dragon Alexis was a very famous existence, but the Black Dragon Alexis obeyed the orders of the human in front of it. Black Dragon Alexis didn't care about the God of Storm's words. In its opinion, joining David was the wisest choice it had made. It wasn't only because David had saved Black Dragon Alexis, but also because the Black Dragon Alexis would benefit greatly. Although the Black Dragon's life was long, it would eventually come to an end. However, as long as it followed David, it wouldn't have to worry about its life. The endless life force could ensure that Black Dragon Alexis would always be in its best condition. In addition, David's potential was the reason why Black Dragon Alexis was willing to join him. David didn't hide many secrets from Black Dragon Alexis, which made Black Dragon Alexis understand how terrifying David's talent ability was. The Destruction Realm, formed by the combination of the Law of Speed and the Law of Strength, allowed David to have greater potential than all the gods. With David's growth speed, it wouldn't take too long for his potential to turn into actual strength. Black Dragon Alexis believed that one day, all the gods would look up to David. Storm God, don't think about anything else. Let's continue fighting, David said in a deep voice. Kulik, who was watching the battle from the side, had his mouth wide open. Kulik could see that all the attacks of the God of Storm's body were ineffective against David. The God of Storm's body, on the other hand, relied on its ability to merge with lightning to prevent David from attacking. From this, it could be seen that the God of Storm didn't want to have a face-to-face battle with David. Instead, he chose to be extremely careful. But what surprised Kulik even more was the appearance of the Black Dragon Alexis. David actually had a god-ranked Black Dragon as his subordinate. This made Kulik feel honored to have signed a master-servant contract with David. The God of Storm didn't want to fight anymore, but he didn't want to give up the last shrines. It was very difficult to build shrines. Many of the materials had to be obtained from the space-time turbulence, so one could imagine how dangerous it was. Not to mention the great world of God. Other than the 5 gods, no other gods dared to leave their small worlds. It was almost impossible to build new shrines. The God of Storm's body thought of a last resort. Although David's defense against lightning was strong, it wasn't impossible to break through. If he used the God of Storm's body to get close to David, the solid lightning contained in the God of Storm's body could reach the peak of the demigod level. Of course, using the God of Storm's body to attack David would consume a large amount of the God of Storm's body's energy. However, the God of Storm's body couldn't care less. Black Dragon Alexis was watching from the side. If he didn't end the battle quickly, the God of Storm's body wouldn't stand a chance at all. As long as he could hurt David and use him to threaten the Black Dragon Alexis, he would be able to make the Black Dragon Alexis back off. Thinking of this, the God of Storm's body launched an even fiercer attack. At the same time, the God of Storm's body merged into the Sea of Lightning and began to move closer to David. The god of storm's body chose the left side of David. There was nothing in the left side of David's body, and there was no divine weapon. Right in front of David was the position that was most likely to attract attention. The chances of a surprise attack from this position weren't high. His right hand was holding the knight's sword, and behind him were the 6 death god's chains. Only the left side was the best place to approach. The god of storm's body felt that as long as he was close enough, he could use the solid lightning energy of the god of storm's body to break David's defense. This was the last attack of the god of storm's body. If this attack also failed, he would choose to give up on the shrines of storm and take back his divine will. For the first time, David felt extremely helpless in the face of an enemy. The enemy was not powerful, but it was too strange. He wanted to attack, but he couldn't. The enemy was clearly around him, but he couldn't do anything. This was the difference between talent abilities. David also had divine talent abilities, but those were all single-target attack. He didn't have the ability to attack in a large area, which was the main reason why he couldn't do anything to the god of storm's body. If other demigods heard David's thoughts, they would cry. Ordinary demigods only had demigod talent abilities, and they could only upgrade their talent abilities to the divine level when they reached the divine level. David, on the other hand, had many divine talent abilities when he was a demigod. No matter how powerful a demigod was, there would always be opponents that he couldn't defeat. This was not because the opponent was powerful, but because the opponent just happened to be able to restrain the opponent's attack. This was the case with the god of storm's body that David encountered this time. If the god of storm's body had a physical body, the battle would probably be over in a few moves. David calmed down. He planned to slowly consume the power of faith in the god of storm's body according to the black dragon Alexis's suggestion. Amidst the countless lightning bolts, he let them strike him. He estimated the power of the lightning bolts and estimated the amount of power of faith in the god of storm's body. The god of storm's body appeared and turned from a virtual state to a physical body. This process was extremely fast. This place was within the range of the shrines of storm, which was equivalent to the small world of the god of storm. The process didn't take much time at all. When the god of storm's body appeared on the left side of David and was 1 centimeter away from David, David also sensed that the god of storm's body was approaching. Under normal circumstances, no matter how fast David was, there was no way he could be faster than the god of storm's body. On one hand, the god of storm's body was only 1 centimeter away from David. This distance was not enough for David to make any effective move. On the other hand, the god of storm's body was the gathering of energy. This kind of body was naturally much faster than a real body. However, the location of the god of storm's body was too coincidental. It wasn't exactly coincidental, but the god of storm's body didn't know David's true power. David's strongest point wasn't his defense, his ability to control lightning, or his swordsmanship, but his demigod body. His demigod body only had his left and right index fingers. The third finger was still incomplete. This allowed David to make 2 demigod attacks that truly belonged to him. It was also the most powerful attack he could make. In terms of speed, the rule of destruction in his left index finger was the combination of the rule of strength and the rule of speed. It was much faster than the god of storm's body. David's counterattack was to flick his left index finger. If the speed of his left index finger was used as a reference, everything around him would be frozen. The god of storm's body was also frozen 1 centimeter away from David's body. However, David's left index finger hit the god of storm's body first. Seeing that he was about to hit David with the demigod energy contained in the god's descent, the god of storm was very happy. He had regained control of the battle under the watch of the black dragon Alexis. However, just as the god of storm was thinking about this, the energy in his body seemed to have exploded. The last thought of the god of storm's body was that David's left index finger had touched the god of storm's body. It was a small finger, but it carried an unimaginable amount of destructive power. This destructive power quickly spread throughout the god of storm's body. The god of storm's body exploded, and the god of storm's mind was exposed. Just as a void door opened to take in the god of storm's mind, the shadow attendant appeared first and absorbed the god of storm's mind. The moment the god of storm's body was destroyed, Black Dragon Alexis also returned to the size of a kitten. His god-level power was also sealed. David sensed that since the god of storm's mind disappeared, the energy field around the shrines also disappeared. The Black Dragon Alexis was very experienced. He sealed his god-level power at the most appropriate time and did not expose himself to the 5 shrines' divine aura detection system. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit also flashed into David's shadow and disappeared. David turned to Kulik and said, "Priest Kulik, let's go in and take a look." "Yes, my great lord," Kulik replied with extreme respect. Kulik clearly saw that the god of storm's body exploded as soon as it appeared. This showed how big the difference in power between the two sides was. After losing the advantage of being invisible, the god of storm couldn't even last a second in a head-on battle. Of course, with Kulik's ability, he couldn't understand this battle at all. Everything was just his guess. David walked in front of the shrines of storm and looked around. There were almost no decorations in the shrines of storm. Other than the necessary facilities, there was no extra furniture. From the aura of the tables and chairs in the hall, Abel could tell that they were at least 10,000 years old. After being baptized by the power of faith for a long time, they had been transformed into extremely special materials. David finally understood. It was no wonder that there were no other items in this hall. This was to prevent the power of faith from being wasted. Only the useful facilities were baptized. Every single item in this hall was a sacred item if taken out. David saw the statue of the god of storm in the hall. Without the divine will of the god of storm, the statue seemed to have lost its soul. It looked like a statue, but it didn't have the spirituality of a statue. However, the quality of the statue wasn't any worse than the statues in the shrines of space destruction. This made David very satisfied. Although the god of storm was far inferior to the god of war, there were many shrines of war. Each of the shrines had a statue, and the god of storm only had one statue. It was normal for the statue to be of high quality. David then visited the other parts of the shrines of storm. Without the control of the statue, all the shrines of storm lost their effect. Kulik brought David to the treasury. However, almost none of the so-called treasures here caught David's eye. Instead, some of the heritage books of the shrines of storm attracted David's attention. However, these heritage books could only reach the demigod rank at most. For David, they were only useful as reference. David wanted to find a complete heritage book of faith to become a god, but he couldn't find it in the shrines of storm. He wasn't too disappointed. This was what he had expected. No god would be willing to leave their complete heritage in the shrines of storm. David and Kulik left the shrines of storm. He activated his underground sneak. Under the effect of his mind, the parts of the shrines of storm that went deep underground were automatically separated from the ground. He wrapped the storm shrines with his mind and put them into his dimensional pendant. After doing all this, David brought Kulik back the way they came and returned to the Gammy Star. As soon as he returned to Gammy Star, David immediately used his break space talent ability to open a space tunnel. He grabbed Kulik and entered the space tunnel. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Space Temple of Destruction. David ordered in a deep voice, "You will be in charge of these shrines. I need these shrines to be in their best condition. Also, I don't need to recruit believers in the great world of God, so this will be your only job." Kulik looked excitedly at the shrines in front of him and replied, "Great Lord, I will do my best." As a priest, Kulik naturally wanted to live in a good shrines. To be honest, Kulik didn't have high hopes for the shrines at first. No matter how fast Lord Arthur's strength improved, it would only take a few years. Even if he could build a shrines in a few years, they would only be simple shrines. However, Kulik didn't expect that Lord Arthur's shrines would not only be simple shrines, but also surpass all the other shrines. Other than the 5 great shrines, no other evil god could have such space shrines. To build such space shrines, one would need to control many important resources in the great world of God. More importantly, one would need to have powerful strength to go deep into the turbulence of time and space to obtain those extremely rare materials. Chapter 1191. Kulik's Level 5 Shrines of Space Destruction entered the Shrines of Space Destruction. Soon, the chanting of the Divine Book could be heard from within the shrines. David sensed that the power of faith from Kulik's Level 5 Shrines of Space Destruction was no longer flowing directly into his body. Instead, it was flowing towards the statue in the center of the hall. The Shrines of Space Destruction were now alive. Although Kulik's Level 5 Shrines of Space Destruction did not produce much power of faith, he could still help operate the Shrines of Space Destruction. David did not need to put in too much effort. Since the Shrines of Space Destruction did not produce any power of faith, all the power of faith was provided by the shrines in David's small soul space. As for David's small soul space, once he left the great world of God and went to another great world, the connection of the power of faith would be broken. This required a large amount of power of faith to be stored in the Shrines of Space Destruction. When David left the great world of gods, there would be no external supply of power of faith, and how to reduce the consumption of the Space Temple of Destruction would need to be managed by someone. In the past, David had always left a trace of his mind in the statue. Now that Kulik was there, he could finally withdraw his mind. After doing all this, David opened the wormhole to the Bug Tribe world's safety point and arrived at the Bug Tribe world. Using the portal in the Bug World safe point, he returned to the underground space of the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King's avatar. Due to the departure of the Shrines of Space Destruction, this place seemed a little empty. David took out the Storm Shrines and placed them in the underground space. The Storm Shrines were for reference for the Cube's Super AI system. The Storm Shrines were very ancient, and the runes on them were even simpler. Come to think of it, the Storm Shrines were built by the God of Storms. Now, tens of thousands of years had passed since the era of God. In these tens of thousands of years, the divine inscription array had undergone some development and had become even more complex. David fused one of his Level 5 soul avatars into the statue of the Storm Shrines. Just like before, the statue perfectly accommodated his soul avatar. The statue also changed from the appearance of the God of Storms to David's original appearance. Unfortunately, David no longer had the knowledge ball of the Hymn of Gods. However, he could directly inject faith power into the Storm Shrines. As he transferred a large amount of faith power from the shrines in his soul space into the Storm Shrines, the Storm Shrines began to operate under the control of the statue. The Storm Shrines should now be called the Destruction Shrines. The relief sculptures that originally belonged to the Storm God had all disappeared and turned into relief sculptures similar to the Space Destruction Shrines. The Destruction Shrines did not activate any defense, and all the runes were in the most energy-efficient state. This was to make it easier for the Cube's Super AI to study them. The faith power David injected was enough for the Destruction Shrines to operate in this state for 100 years. After doing all this, David summoned the Shadow Attendant in this underground space. He placed his hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder and sent his consciousness into the Shadow Attendant's body. In this conflict with the God of Storms, he obtained 2 of the God of Storms' divine inscriptions. Now that the shadow attendant had gone through the purification of the two god-level insectoids' souls, its ability had obviously improved a lot. The shadow attendant extracted the most powerful ability of the two divine inscriptions and turned them into knowledge balls. In David's perception, the two balls of knowledge he obtained from the god of storm were floating in front of him. His mind approached the first ball of knowledge. Inside the ball of knowledge was a divine spell called Chain Lightning. David was a bit disappointed. He thought he could get the storm god's main ability, but the lightning chain did increase the number of divine spells he could get. He guided the knowledge ball into the small world in his soul space. The world tree absorbed it and turned it into an ability fruit that hung on the branches of the world tree. David's consciousness made contact with the ability fruit. The ability fruit turned into a lightning chain pattern and entered the soul fortress. Another knowledge ball was received by his brain. He sensed the knowledge of the lightning chain divine art and found that it was a divine-level divine art. Needless to say, it was very powerful. A divine spell like this could reach the peak of the caster's power when used by a non-divine. Of course, the gods would not directly give divine spells to their priests. Instead, they would give them different levels of divine spells based on their faith and merit. The lightning chain was an area of effect attack divine spell. It also included a single target attack divine spell called lightning. After mastering the lightning chain, one would be able to cast lightning as a single target attack, and could also bestow lightning upon one's own priest. While David had just learned the lightning chain, Kulik, who was in the space destruction shrines in the great world of God, was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Luckily, Kulik managed to restrain himself from being rude in front of the god of destruction statue. He sensed that the statue had just passed on a divine spell to him. If it was any other divine spell, no matter how powerful it was, Kulik wouldn't have reacted like this. However, when he discovered that the divine spell he inherited was the lightning chain divine spell, Kulik couldn't remain calm anymore. For many years, he had been using the lightning chain. The application of this divine spell was already deeply ingrained in his soul. Although he had acquired more divine spells, it would take many years for him to familiarize himself with the divine spells and reach the level of chain lightning. Not to mention, the lightning chain was one of the most terrifying offensive divine spells. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. It could attack the opponent before they could even attack. What Kulik couldn't believe was that the lightning chain divine spell was a divine spell. Originally, there was only one divine spell in the god of destruction, which was the light divine spell. There were many restrictions on the use of the light divine spell. Even Kulik, a level 5 priest, only obtained a level 5 lightning chain spell, and that was after 100 years of hard work. Now that he had converted to the god of destruction, he had unexpectedly obtained a lightning divine spell that was even more powerful than the one he had obtained from the god of storms. In addition, what Kulik found even more strange was that the god of destruction, Lord Arthur, was only a demigod. Although he could instantly kill the god of storms, how could he have mastered the divine spell of the god of storms? My lord's greatness is not something I can touch, Kulik muttered to himself. Then he concentrated on chanting the divine book of the god of destruction to strengthen his faith. The reason why Kulik was able to obtain a divine spell from David in the faraway insect world was because of the shrines. As long as there were shrines, a priest could obtain a channel to communicate with them. When a priest needed a large amount of faith to cast a divine spell, they would also draw from the shrines. On the other hand, the level 5 priest Alden in the Galactic Federation had no temple, so he could only cast light magic a few times. Since he couldn't contact the god of destruction, he could only cast it a few times with the limited amount of faith in his body. However, since Priest Alden was in the Federal military fleet, he wouldn't have the chance to do anything. David's consciousness entered the shadow attendant's body again and noticed another knowledge orb. the knowledge orb of the storm domain. David was overjoyed. Just by looking at the name, he knew that this was the most powerful ability of the god of storms. Normally, an ability with the name of a god was the most powerful ability of a god. Considering that there was only one storm shrines in the great world of God, it was normal for the god of storms to leave his most powerful ability in the shrines. With a thought, David moved the storm domain knowledge ball into the small world of his soul space. The world tree used a branch to hold the knowledge ball, and energy poured into it, turning it into a fruit. With the help of the world tree, David could absorb the knowledge orb much faster and had a better grasp of the ability. David's consciousness came into contact with the fruit, and the knowledge of the storm domain entered his mind. The fruit also turned into a storm domain rune and entered the soul fortress. The storm domain was a powerful deity-level domain ability. The storm domain and the lightning domain belonged to the same type of domain ability. However, the storm domain could not only control the power of lightning, but it could also condense water vapor to form a thunderstorm. Of course, forming a thunderstorm was only an additional effect. When facing a powerful opponent, a thunderstorm was completely useless. There was only one use for the thunderstorm domain, and that was to increase the visual effect of the storm domain. David was very surprised when he saw this knowledge. The god of storms actually added visual effects to his most powerful domain ability. Then he remembered that the god of storms was a god who had become a god through faith. The most important thing for a god was to gain more followers. When performing miracles, the more beautiful the visual effect, the more likely it was to gain more followers. In a small broken world, the god of storms still had not recovered from the shock. He could not believe that he had lost. The god of storms had lost too much, including the last storm shrines. His last faith in the great world of God had been destroyed. The god of storms had no way out. He had to rebuild his faith during this period of awakening. In the great world of God ruled by 5 gods, it was extremely difficult for the god of storms to rebuild his faith from scratch. Also, the god of storms could not appear in the great world of God. The god of storms suddenly thought of something. He recognized the 6 divine weapons on Lord Arthur's back. They were the divine weapons of the god of death. This meant that Lord Arthur had a very close connection with the god of death. The reason why the god of storms woke up early and all 12 followers were sent out for the sacrifice was because the god of death had used the emergency signal. Thinking of this, the god of storm was furious. He felt that the god of death had set up a trap. The god of storms waved his hand, and a light shadow appeared in front of him. The light shadow was shaking slightly. After a few seconds, the light shadow stopped shaking, and the image of the god of death appeared on top of the light shadow. God of storm, congratulations on waking up from your slumber. Let's work together again and reconstruct the great world of divinity. The god of death said with a smile, as if he didn't see the ugly look on the god of storm's face. God of death, what's there to congratulate? I just woke up after losing all my followers. The last storm shrines was also destroyed. The god of storms replied coldly. The god of death was stunned. He also heard that the followers of the god of storms were sacrificing in Lord Arthur's territory, but they were all annihilated. He didn't expect that even the storm shrines were destroyed. However, the god of death also knew that the god of storm wouldn't speak carelessly about this kind of thing. He could also hear the determination in the god of storm's words. The god of death was the initiator of the emergency awakening signal. If the god of death did not give the god of storm a reasonable explanation as to why the god of storm sent the emergency awakening signal, they might even become enemies on the spot. The shrines found your storm shrines? How is this possible? The god of death found it hard to believe. The shrines of the 12 gods were very well hidden. They were rarely discovered even after tens of thousands of years. Back then, when the 5 gods were powerful, the rest of the gods had been thinking about hiding their temples. In order to hide their temples, they had done everything they could to do so. How was it possible that the storm shrines were not discovered for tens of thousands of years? It was just that the god of storms found them and destroyed them as soon as he woke up. The god of death suspected that the 5 shrines had found the storm shrines because only the 5 shrines had such power in the great world of God. Otherwise, even if the storm shrines were found, with the protection of the god of storms, it wouldn't be easy to destroy them. It's not the 5 shrines. It's a young man who uses the chain of death. The god of storms gritted his teeth. While speaking, the god of storms stared fiercely at the god of death, trying to see something from his face. The god of death heard the words of the god of storms, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could the god of death forget the human who saved the black dragon Alexis and took away the 6 divine weapons, Lord Arthur? If one were to say that the Grim Reaper hated the 5 gods the most, then Lord Arthur would be the second most hated person in the divinity plane. However, according to the latest information, this Lord Arthur was not simple at all. It would take a god to deal with him. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.